and video for some reason is not working.
Okay. Why don't we start with having every can hear you.
But I think my video is still not working.
That's okay. We can, is it okay to start with introduction?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm gonna throw it over to you all, Mary Leanne. Who's up?
Oh, I'm gonna start us off. So just so y'all know who we have in the room, and I'll let everybody introduce themselves and just say quickly a little bit about why we're here today and why we support the union. My name is Hannah Allison. I'm the PAL CWA chair. We also have Anita, the PAL vice chair, Melissa, our secretary, Mary, our treasurer, Tatiana, our media and comms coordinator, and then Tammy and Derek from CWA. But I will let everybody introduce themselves. But yeah, I'll go ahead and just start. I'm just going to try to ground us in like sort of where we're coming from as PAL and this moment we're in, and what the union means for us and for our community in this moment. So we're living through a moment of unprecedented crisis, as you all know. And we're also in the middle of a moment of incredible uprising led by young working class Black people envisioning and imagining a new world for all of us. And as a part of this uprising, teacher and school staff unions and young people and their parents and their families and their whole communities are reimagining our education system. And from the bottom up in this movement is democratizing our schools and fighting for the right of all young people to learn and grow and transform. And again, my name is Hannah Allison. My pronouns are she and her. I work in the secondary therapeutic classroom, and I'm the chair of PAL CWA. And I'm really proud to be here today to say that that's the kind of union, that social justice movement-based union, that's the kind of union we're building. We're building a union so we can be better educators, a union that allows us to organize alongside our whole school community for the schools our students deserve. Schools that are fully funded, schools that are anti-racist, schools that are engaged in disability justice, schools where our students are decision makers and they're listened to and supported and cared for, and schools where everyone, including our lowest paid staff, have dignity and respect and a seat at the table. And so we're really excited to be here to get to invite you on behalf of the hundreds of paras we've been working with, the 300 students, parents, family members, and teachers who've pledged to support our union, to ask you all to act into the values that we know you have and we see you holding in the world and be part of this movement with us. And I know it can seem like this is a choice that's about like numbers and budgets and a lot of legal stuff, but it is actually just about whether or not we want to work together to make all students one team a reality in our district and to fight together for the kind of schools our students deserve. Our working conditions as paras are some of our most marginalized students' learning conditions. So we are ready today to talk to you about our union and to ask that after our work session, you vote to opt into PERA and recognize us as PAL CWA. And I am going to hand it off to Anitha.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you all can hear me. My name is Anitha. I am the vice chair of PAL CWA. My pronouns are she, her. I have worked in the school district for the past 7 years at Southwest Middle School in the Autism Functional Room. I became a peer educator because of my daughter, Anasuya. I saw firsthand the difference peer support can have on a child's growth. The last few months have been very stressful for me because of family health issues, single parenting, a child just graduated, and more so not knowing if I have a job. Not knowing if you have a job and an income is agonizing for all parents. For us, the only stability we see is knowing we have a job and knowing we can be part of the all students one team that educates all of our kids. Being part of the union will let us know we have that consistency. When everything else in the world seems to be falling apart at this time, that's the one stable thing for a lot of us. I joined this union because I believe that having a union will give us respect and power to not just better our lives, but to better the lives of the young people that we get to work with every day. Thank you. And I'm going to pass it on to Mary Lee, who is our treasurer.
I think you're muted.
Hi, my name is Mary Lee, and you can tell I'm not technologically savvy. I've been in the district for 13 years in various positions. I've been in education for 47 years, and I'm on the executive board as the treasurer of PAL. Organizing this union has been a big part of my life for the last 4 years. It's a goal of mine before my career ends to have the district recognize our union so that the working conditions of paras educators improve, and so both the district and paras themselves serve as a team to be the best for all students. I've seen changes, but they're not enough. District-wide policies need to involve all personnel equally. And it's time, I feel, for the board, since we have a majority, to recognize us so that they can be an example of an equitable, socially just work environment. Thank you. And I think I would go to Melissa.
All right. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, good. So I'm Melissa Clissold, and my pronouns are she, her. I am secretary of PAL CWA. I'm also a para and cheer coach at Liberty Memorial Central Middle School. My husband has been a CWA member for 7 years. And just seeing the value CWA brings to members and the employers is why I joined. Parents shouldn't feel fearful of losing their job or face other repercussions while advocating for students. I personally suffered repercussions when I advocated for one of my students when their IEP was ignored. I remember thinking, I may get fired or I may get in trouble for this, but this student matters to me and deserves respect. I mean, paraeducators should not fear any repercussions for doing what is right. So PAL CWA will provide a safe environment, bringing all staff together as one team to discuss what is best for the student. You know, I'm honored to be here tonight representing an amazing group of people. I mean, people who have fought long and hard for this union. It's a union that they deserve. Thanks.
Thanks, Melissa.
Yes, and I believe Tatiana, so you tell me.
Oh, perfect. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I love.
Want to take it away?
Okay.
So my name is Tatiana Younger. My pronouns are she, her, and I work in the secondary therapy classroom. Also, I'm the PAL CWA Media and Communications Coordinator. It is so important for us to have this union because right now, paras feel disconnected from the district. We want to build a community so paras know that they are cared for, they have a voice, and it keeps us all engaged and looped into district news. Organizing together helps keep us in a net of care and accountability so that we can maintain para retention, keeping in mind how destabilizing constant para changes can be on students' emotional health. Recognizing our union is recognizing all of the hard work that we've put into coming together as educators who only want what's best for our students and ourselves. So I thank you for listening to all of us explain why we want this union, and I hope that we can have a vote at the end of the day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tatiana. I'm going to pass it now to Tammy and then Derek.
Hey, Hannah, can I just interject really quickly?
I do want to hear from everybody, but we're at 18 minutes past and we're just on introductions. Is it possible to jump into questions to make sure, unless there's some, I certainly want to hear from everyone on their introductions, but I want to make sure we have enough time for conversation.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I think Tammy and Derek, if y'all just want to say your names and waves, they're our amazing CWA staff.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Tammy Chafee. I'm the district organizing coordinator for CWA.
Thank you, Tammy. It's nice to have you.
And my name is Derek Ostabase. I'm the organizing coordinator for this district, which is Arkansas, Kansas, Missouri, and Texas. Nice to meet everybody, and thank you for allowing me to be a part of this meeting.
I appreciate that you all came.
Just one other quick thing, Kelly. So Mary was just going to give the background and history, and just has a statement she'll make. But then Derek and I, just for the ease of answering questions, Derek and I are going to answer y'all's questions on behalf of the whole group once we get to that point, if that's okay.
Yep, that makes sense.
Thanks.
You ready for me? We appreciate you scheduling this meeting so we can give you kind of a background for board members that don't know our history. We started 4 years ago in 2016 at just an informational meeting, and we invited any pair that wanted to come to share their concerns and about working in the district and their personal goals and interests. Based on job-specific issues that arose during the meeting, we decided to focus our membership on paraeducators and instructional staff who work directly with students. We then held meetings in person in different buildings. We conducted online surveys, and we had one-on-one discussions to gather information from paras to define our interests and set our goals. Coming out of these meetings, our initial areas of interest were job-specific professional development, better communication to paras, district-wide equity, and fair play. Initially, we chose to join KNEA and received advice and support from Jean Neely, the UNISERV director. We elected officers through paper ballots and online ballots made available to all paras. Once we elected our officers. We moved forward with constitution, bylaws, a bank account, and being recognized by both the state and federal governments. We began holding monthly in-person meetings, and as we continued to grow, it became clear that our membership to KNEA wasn't working for us because they were going to charge a membership fee and union dues that paras couldn't afford. So we decided to leave KNEA, and then eventually we formed our own organization, and eventually we were going to look for a national union representations. And we want to note that LEA members have been supportive of us through all this time. During these past 4 years, we've met with different administrators and the school board to express our interests and goals. And we've appreciated these meetings and feel that we've had a good working relationship with our district and the school board. But then over the years, when we asked for recognition, we were always told we should organize a majority of paras with the union, and then we would ask for the school board to recognize us. And in the past year, we've been able to do that. After leaving KNEA and organizing more members, we realized that we still needed the support and solidarity with other workers that membership in the national union would provide. So we reached out to several unions, including CWA, SEIU, which represents classified staff in Wichita, and the Teamster Union, which represents the bus drivers. We chose CWA because CWA seeks to be a truly member-driven union where each member has a vote in the direction of the union. CWA has about 7,000 members nationwide. 160 of those work in the public sector. But CWA represents some classified staff like custodians in the Parkway School District in St. Louis, bus drivers in Arizona and New Mexico, and a variety of state workers in Missouri, Texas, Oklahoma, and New Jersey, as well as many groups of nonprofit workers like the Workers of Jobs with Justice in Missouri and the ACLU of Kansas employees. I have lost my notes. CWA offers this fits with our district commitment to racial justice and equity, and we've already done one session with CWA's runaway inequality training that helps union members see the interconnections between the labor movement and what's happening in our economy and the fight for racial justice. Last but not least, after hearing from Dr. Lewis that he was interested in making sure we could expand to the whole classified staff union, we knew CWA was the right choice because CWA represents such a large variety of workers that our other classified staff, who are everything from electricians to food service and clerical workers, would fit right in. As members of PAL CWA, we're organizing to be a member-driven, anti-racist union that is strong enough to work alongside our district leaders and the teachers unions and student movements here and across the country, fighting for our schools, for the schools our students deserve. We have regular meetings online now, and we are open to any paraeducator or instructional staff person. We have an internal face group for our members, as well as building representative structure for keeping every para and instructional staff person informed and hearing their opinions. We also regularly call members to discuss issues affecting our jobs. Our elected officers also send regular emails providing a two-way channel for direct communication with all our members. We have heard from paras that this makes them feel that they are seen and their opinions matter. We have truly built a community of paras over the last 4 years and a support network that will help us retain and develop our paraeducators so we can better serve our students. We have also built a network of over 300 community supporters, voters, parents, caregivers, and students who support our union. We believe the school board voting to opt into PIRA and recognize our union is the next step towards implementing all students one team in our district, because it will bring the voices of well-trained paras to the table in an organized way. Thank you. This is our history.
Thank you. So,
I'd like to move to, if we could, if folks could mute their, yeah, thanks. I'd like to move to board questions and clarifications that we might need to understand and to get a feel for where the board is at in relation to recognizing the union. So is there anybody that would like to lead with questions?
Other questions on the...
Holly, this is Shannon. I have a question for the leadership about, I was glad to hear what Mary Lee said about CWA and choosing them as your union partner, and how that could be beneficial if other classified staff decide that they want to organize. Just help me understand, in the way that PAL is already structured, would that require, could a classified staff person in another area right now join your union, or would there have to be changes to your organizational structure to allow that to happen?
Yeah, Shannon, this is Hannah. I can respond to that. So I think, after hearing from Dr. Lewis and having an initial meeting with Melissa when she was president and Kelly when she was vice president, we really thought about, what would this look like to include classified staff. And so we think it actually would be very easy to include classified staff in our union. We see like the core barrier is that it's going to be very hard to get classified staff to join, even though some have already expressed some interest. If we are not recognized, because they'll wonder, why would I join? What's the benefit if the school district's never going to recognize this union? What's in it for me? Why do I join? So we see that as the biggest barrier. Dr. Lewis at one point had suggested that the name could be a barrier, which I think is true. So we had kind of tossed around a couple ideas about names that we could even call ourselves like the Personnel Association of Lawrence in order to broaden that. So yeah, so just to be clear, I don't think it's an organizational structure barrier at all. I think, for us would be wonderful to be able to have all the classified staff in our union. I think the barrier right now is just being able to talk to other classified staff about why this would benefit them and why they'd want to be a part of it if we're not able to be recognized. So just getting that first step done.
Yeah, can you tell a little bit about what you've already done with outreach to classified staff?
Sure. Yeah. So Dr. Lewis has been really supportive, and appreciate you, Dr. Lewis, for sending us the list of emails of classified staff. And we've sent out a survey to classified staff about union interests, and even got some really nice personal responses back, just saying, I'm so excited. I've waited for somebody to email me about this. So we have some really positive interest in the union. I think, as Dr. Lewis, you said early on, because it's the summer and people aren't necessarily checking their school emails, I think, in order to organize the classified staff in the long term, we'd need, phone numbers and more resources and the ability to do that. And I think, yeah, just like I said, that bargaining, that recognition is going to be really crucial for us to get to the next stage of being able to say to classified staff, come join this union, because we're the real deal.
GR?
This is GR. So I have a question for PAL CWA leadership. So I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that this is a mutually exclusive decision in that they're not tied together in terms of opting into PIRA and or recognizing the union. And so in an attempt to understand what opting into PIRA meant, my ability to do that research kind of fell flat on its face. And so I would be curious to hear from them on what what that actually means. Recognizing the union, I have a clear understanding of what that means, but the opting into PIRA, I am not as confident in what the ramifications are. That's probably that has a negative connotation to it, and that's not where I'm trying to come from. I'm just trying to better understand what it means.
It's incredibly complicated. We all, I think, have spent a lot of time learning about Kansas labor law, and have gotten a lot of support also from other union leaders. Like you all saw the letter the firefighters sent, in trying to understand Kansas labor law. So don't feel bad, GR. You're not alone. It's complicated. Our understanding is that in order to for a public sector union and a public sector employer to recognize our union and to be within the Kansas bounds of Kansas labor law, you take a vote to opt into the Kansas labor law. So other districts like Wichita have done this, but did it much earlier. And then I don't actually know if you had to do it with the separate law that governs teachers union organizing, but that law is called the Professional Negotiations Act. But it's actually a separate law. But so opting into PIRA just means you're saying we want to recognize a union of our workers, and therefore we're going to opt into the state law that allows us to do that, is our understanding of PIRA.
So I'm going to ask Dave to jump in, Hannah, to just give us his understanding.
If that's helpful. Okay.
Yes.
So there are.
Dave, can you tell people what you do, what your role is? And I didn't do that. Sorry.
Sorry. Dave Cunningham. I'm Executive Director of Human Resources and Chief Legal Counsel for the district. So as preparing for this and actually preparing for the memo that I sent Dr. Lewis back in May, I did a little research and yet again have talked with one of the staff members at the Public Employee Relations Board. There are actually two options available to the board. You can opt into PIRA, or you can basically develop your own set of rules related to how you would conduct business with a recognized organization. So either way positions you then to do the formal recognition of the PAL group as they're requesting. In terms of a recommendation, if you're going to choose to recognize the organization, it'd be my recommendation, I shared this with Dr. Lewis, that you opt into PIRA, because then you have a body of state law that governs the interaction between the groups, and you have decided cases that define terms. If we go and do our own thing, so to speak, by developing our own policies, then you lose the ability to access. I mean, you can always access those decisions, but in the context of PERB, the Public Employee Relations Board, they have made decisions in the past related to various bargaining issues. So PIRA gives you structure, and it saves the time of trying to develop structure that would then be consistent, because you can't develop structure that's inconsistent with PIRA. You may as well be underneath PIRA. And Hannah points out correctly, when I went to the website to do some research, every other school district that I know of that has bargained with classified opted into PIRA. So I can't come up with a good reason for you not to opt into PIRA. In fact, I think it's better if you do,
and
if
Hannah,
you choose to recognize.
Okay. And that would be your preference. I mean, that's what you're asking us to do, Hannah. And I mean, the members here from PAL, that would be your preference as well, correct?
That's our preference, just because, as David is saying, we're then all bound by that body of law and also the state labor board. Yeah, so that would be our preference.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a question as far as the classified
Survey that you said send out. How long did the classified members have to complete the survey? We know sometimes, how was it advertised? I guess I'll wait for that question.
Sure, yeah, thanks, Melissa. It's open, and classified staff can fill it out at any time. So we haven't looked at the back end recently to see if additional folks had filled it out. But over the last couple of weeks, we've had a number of classified staff from different departments. So, and Mary raised up some titles, but electricians, food service, some of our administrative support staff have filled it out. So I think we could, Dr. Lewis had mentioned, that we could at some point down the road after the unions recognize and we're working to organize the classified staff, that we could do some type of like robocall or something else that might enable us to do that, to reach more classified staff. I think one thing, because we were in school buildings, we've been better able to reach paras in the past. But I think the really exciting thing about where we are in terms of the organization of paras and instructional staff is we've actually been able to really deepen our organizing and stay really connected during this time, which I'm really proud of our work around that.
So, the other
Classified sections had weeks to potentially fill out the survey, is what you're saying.
Yeah, so the survey's still open, and they could, at any time, but it's been a few weeks or a couple weeks, I think.
And I guess
As far as, and I guess is irrelevant, it may be irrelevant, but I'm just wondering, why, I know you said I think Mary said they tried the SEIU, and went ahead with CWA and talk a lot about the racial component that the union brings to, and that was one of your deciding factors. And, I looked at some of the history, and it seems like they just become more progressive. I think in 1974, they kind of established that racial equity piece, and then 10 years later, they set up a minority type conference, and then it seems like the real work happened like 33 years after. So like why did you lean towards that versus any the other unions? Were they more, was this union the more progressive union as far as doing the equity work?
I'm so sorry. Could maybe the question be repeated? I couldn't hear it. I'm so sorry.
There's a strong emphasis on the racial equity piece, but looking at the history, the timeline on the website, it doesn't seem like it was as progressive until recently. So that's why I'm asking why this union versus any other union, as far as if you're emphasizing racial equity piece, why this union versus the other unions?
So I can give maybe just a little piece of history, CWA's history. Again, Derek Osebase. So our union has for, I would say, at least for over 30 years, led the way on economic and racial justice issues. A big portion of our membership is public sector workers. We have about 120,000 across the nation. 10 to 12,000 of those are in Texas, and I came out of this union, the Texas State Employees Union, where we organize not only rank and file state agency employees, but also universities. We've been doing that since the 80s, and a big portion of our locals' work, even during the 80s, was ensuring that, public workers, especially those who were minorities, were, lifted up and put in leadership positions. Myself, I came out of that local. I organized in that local for over 10 years. And so I'm actually a product of the value set that this organization has put forward in terms of, engage in all racial justice issues. And so I don't think it's been just recently. I think that a lot of things have culminated recently that we've been more vocal, but I've always thought that we have done, we've done the real work of not just talking about racial justice, but actually putting it into action in our organization throughout the nation. And I would say every institution, still needs to go a lot further, and that's ours as well. And I'll take I'll take very much so ownership over that. But I think if you would, look inside of our union, it's very diverse. And most of our locals at this point in time, especially in the South, are majority minorities. And when you have a Democratic union, you have to contend with that voice, right? And the great thing about CWA is that we are, for the most part, a member-driven, one of the most democratic unions that there is. We say we'll take a vote on almost anything within CWA, just to ensure that folks' democratic rights are actually realized. And so I don't like whether or not we're public about some of the things that have just happened recently. We've been very vocal on the racial justice situation that's going on now in the uprising, but we've done that for years in this organization.
Yes, to be clear, I'm not saying that.
I'm just looking at the timeline on just like how it was addressing certain racial equity pieces. So I know like since 1974, that was probably when you started first seeing those racial equity pieces come up. But so I'm basically saying the same thing you have stated. But I was just wondering why were there not more progressive unions that address the issue, since that's a huge piece that has been continuously emphasized. So go ahead. As far as the paraeducators, I know one of the questions that I think we presented was about the demographics. I don't know if that's a district question, as far as when we look at classified staff, how many classified staff are historically marginalized, and then the breakdown with the paraeducators as well. Since we're talking about making, like Mary said, like all staff members have that voice. So that was one of my biggest concerns and questions.
So if you will update or refresh your board docs, you will see there are 2 additional documents have been added. I answered the questions, sent it to Dr. Lewis, and then forgot to actually prepare those 2 exhibits so that they could be uploaded in a timely manner, so that's on me. Sarah was able to get that information together, and it's there for you. So we've broken it down in Exhibit A into broad categories of custodian, facilities and maintenance, food service, health office assistant, instructional support staff, and that includes a number of things. I'm not sure that I remember everybody that's included in PAL, but I think this captures the majority of them. IT office staff and security officers. So you can see the breakdown in those numbers in terms of the demographics. We then pulled out just paraeducators, and in the paraeducator group, American Indian, Native, Alaska Native, 11, Asian, 16, Black or African American, 43, Hispanic, 13, 225, white, for a total of 308.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Other questions, Melissa?
No, sorry.
No? Okay. Are there other questions that board members have that would help them make a decision about direction they'd like to take?
Ellie, I have one more question for Dave.
Okay.
This is Shannon. Dave, could you are there any big differences in PIRA versus the Professional Negotiations Act in terms of process, or how those 2 laws help us interact with our organized employee groups?
They are different. There are some commonalities. For example, under PIRA, they define terms and conditions of employment, but it's not as expansive as in PNA, the Professional Negotiations Act. One of the key differences between the 2 is under PNA, if they are organized and represent a majority of the teachers, the board is obligated or required by statute to recognize. Here, the board, it's permissive under PIRA. So that's one of the significant differences. But I didn't go and compare it point by point, so I can't give you a real specific answer, but they are similar in nature. in terms of the types of things you're going to bargain. I think P&A has additional provisions that relate specifically to teachers, like supplemental duties, and the laundry list of terms and conditions of employment are a lot longer than in the PIRA. But both have essentially the same type of requirement that you bargain in good faith, have a list of prohibited practices from both perspective, the bargaining unit perspective as well as the board perspective, things you can't do. And then the ability, particularly if there is a violation, then to challenge that action with PERB. In the case of P&A, it would be taken to the Department of Labor. I can't remember exactly who would handle that in terms of what division. In talking with Doug Hager today, you know, it's been so long since they had to deal with anything. He was struggling to come up with specific answers to my questions about timelines and so forth. And we both lamented about the fact that Sharon, who was the staff person there that handled most of this, retired several years ago, and neither one of us were really pleased that she left. So the body of knowledge related to a lot of just the pro forma stuff that occurs behind the scenes was gone. So the procedure is a little different because we'll need to file some paperwork with PERB to opt into PIRA, and then Doug suggested that was a fairly quick turnaround. Once we're opted into PIRA, then the board would take action to actually formally recognize if I mean, obviously, if you're not going to opt into PIRA, if you're not going to recognize. So there would be a second part to that, unlike with P&A as I understand it. But I've never actually been part of a situation where a bargaining unit was being recognized under P&A either. So a lot of similarities, but there are differences.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
And then we talked a little, there were questions from the board about timeline. Could you talk a little bit, Dave, about what happens after, if the board opted to recognize the union? I know that Hannah and Mary Lee have kind of instructed that we wouldn't begin bargaining right away, but what does that look like?
So let's hypothetically suggest that you would choose tonight to recognize and direct the superintendent to proceed with the necessary steps to opt into PIRA. We would then complete the forms, get those submitted to PERB. As I say, Doug suggested that would be a fairly quick turnaround. So it's possible, I wouldn't guarantee it, it's possible that you could actually then on August 10th board meeting actually do a formal vote to recognize PAL. So anything you would do tonight would set the stage for a future action. It would seem, based on what he told me, that the second board meeting in August would be kind of the outside time frame in which to process all of the paperwork related to opting into PIRA and then taking that next step. Bargaining would occur at some point in the future. We already have compensation set for this year, and there is a provision in PIRA that talks about not bargaining when you're in the process of developing a budget, which is where we are right now. So it's conceivable that we would spend time developing some procedures, determining when to bargain and begin the process, but probably wouldn't have a contract that would become operative until next fiscal year. That would be my thought on it. Now, that doesn't mean it has to be that way, but that would mean you'd be making mid-year changes in terms and conditions of employment that could include compensation or items that would affect budget-related issues when you have basically, you're on the cusp of approving a budget.
Okay.
So it kind of need to push down negotiations a little bit so that you have time to plan budgetarily for anything that you might agree to do.
And then because there's a lot of, because this point is, I'm going to ask you to repeat something because this point I think is going to be confusing to people. The action tonight would be not technically, if we took action, would not technically be to recognize the union. That would actually happen. We would opt into PIRA, and then recognizing the union cannot happen on the same night?
I think it could, but I think you would need to take action to direct the superintendent to file the paperwork to opt into PIRA. Once that's approved, then you would take action to recognize. So a motion tonight could include the board's intent to recognize and direct the superintendent. Your intent to recognize, your attempt, let me back up, I'm mixing two things at once. It could recognize your intent to opt into PIRA and recognize PAL, CWA, and direct the superintendent to take the necessary steps to effect the opt-in so that at a later board meeting, you could formally recognize PAL.
Okay.
That would be the sequence.
Does that make sense to you, members of PAL?
I believe so. And as I understand it, I think the thing, and David, you may understand this more deeply than me, but the thing that needs to go to PIRA is the vote you're talking about that says we are voting to direct the superintendent to opt into PIRA, and then as you're adding the intent to also recognize the union.
Right. The application to opt into PIRA would include the board's action vote to opt into PIRA. I've got to prove that you did that. So that would be part and parcel of the application that's submitted to PIRA.
Okay, so we have a few minutes left, and I do want to ask Pal if you have questions for the board.
Thanks, Kelly. Off the top of my head, I can't think of any questions. I would open it up if other folks have any questions or final comments. I mean, I would just say thank you to all of you for your incredible diligence on this, and for, the last 2 months of supporting us as we brought people to come before you and speak, and for your willingness to listen to us about why we think this is such an issue of dignity and respect for us as workers and for our students. So thank you.
One final point. You wouldn't vote on this meeting because it's not set up as a meeting where you would vote. That would be an agenda item in your main meeting that starts at 6.
I'm sorry, they couldn't hear you. Can you repeat that? Because I thought we had straightened that out.
Yep,
I wasn't aware that the
that would be enough.
action would follow the work session. I wasn't aware of that.
It's on the agenda.
It's on the
It's on the
agenda.
agenda as old business.
that's
6
what he
o'clock
said, yeah.
agenda.
Exactly, yes, exactly.
So in terms of Hannah's comments very early on about hopefully after this meeting you would vote, I wanted to make sure people understood the vote isn't, if you vote that way, it's not coming at the conclusion of this discussion.
Right.
It's coming at your regular board meeting that starts
At
at
6, yeah. Not to drag it out, but yes. I mean, it will drag it out, but yeah. That's about this evening, though, not about August 10th. So we were asking this technical question about the work session not being a technical component of the full agenda that starts at 6. So at 6 o'clock, we have a full agenda, and then on that agenda is this discussion about whether or not we make a motion tonight. And I have to say that this is my second meeting as the board president, and it is an interesting time to jump in, and I don't have a good read on you all. So I am asking really pointedly, do you need more information? Do we need to put this off until August 10th, or do you know where you're at?
I'm good.
Paula knows, GR knows. Melissa, do you need more time? No. Okay, Erica, okay. Shannon, do you need more clarification?
No, I have had my questions answered and
Okay.
prepared for the discussion during our regular meeting. Thank you.
I deeply appreciate
Your willingness to consider this union, if we are able to recognize it a starting point, and your flexibility about including classified staff to honor Dr. Lewis's request if we go in that direction. And I do think we'll need some support to help you get there. So if that's where we go. Are there other closing comments from anyone else? Dr. Lewis, do you want to jump in?
Yes, I do. Samry is on the line. I do want to recognize our Samry. She's been working closely with paras for quite some time, back since when Denise Fish was there. And shout out to Denise Fish tonight. I want to make sure she's in this space tonight. And as I shared with Pal, I hope that you've seen, and Mary did indicate that we do listen. We have responded to many of your requests and have made progress in those areas. And I still say, and I think I shared this with you, whether the board chooses to recognize or not, we still will continue those efforts regardless. I do want to say, and I think Hannah mentioned it, I do have a concern about our other classified staff. I want to make sure that they were provided due diligence on the front end and not as like a second thought, I would say, or had ample amount of time to complete the survey. Some say they just received the survey on Wednesday, so I don't know if there were different emails that went out. But I want to make sure that those voices are represented as well. So yeah, with that, I just want to make sure that the board, and I think you've had that memorandum to understand the potential unintended consequences that may occur, as a result of this.
So to that, the unintended consequence, everyone has read that, is aware of those, understands. Okay. All right. So, Pal, will you hang out for a very long meeting? We will try to make it not, I'll look at the order of the agenda. I forgot to look to make you not have to wait too long. I know you've been waiting 2 months to see where we're going. So thank you all for your willingness to meet with us tonight. Thank you to Dave and Samri for all the work that you've done, getting the board ready to make this decision, and to Dr. Lewis for his openness to allow us to consider this as a potential next step. So our next meeting starts at 6. We have a request for a break from board members, so if we could apologize to the folks at home, but we'll be starting our meeting at 6:05. Unless Dave tells me I can't do that. I can do that. 6:05. Okay.
And so it's the first item on the agenda after consent. It's
Okay.
number 4. So it'll be your speech, his speech, whatever we talk about, and then whatever public comment that either has to do with para.
Do you know what direction, do you want to make a motion?
I'm happy to make the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Do I get to make the motion I want to make?
Yeah. So I really can't see you, Paula. You're going to have to look back at me and be like, hey.
Share the presentation with you, or
No.
just come up and sign into my own account?
Okay, that works.
Okay.
that has been waiting a few minutes. We had an earlier work session with the Para Educator Association. All right. My agenda, I might need Erica to jump in. My agenda is stuck. So we have a call to order and my agenda's stuck. Erica, can you?
You want me to approve the agenda? Motion to approve the
Yeah,
agenda?
thank you.
Hang on, I need to actually give the motion.
Motion.
Calm down. Are you ready? Okay, this is GR. I move we approve the agenda for the July 27, 2020 board meeting.
This is Melissa. I second.
Okay, now it's
All those in,
all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that was my first time doing that. Thank you, Shannon. And if Shannon and Melissa and apparently GR would jump in and tell me how to run this meeting, that would be awesome. Okay, so next on the agenda is the special recognition. Do we have any tonight?
Yes, we are pleased to bring to you some Academy students. This is our second class of LMH Academy students. Board member Erica Hill, who was not a board member on last year, had our first class. Phenomenal success. They decided to do it again. And as you heard from the scholars last year, you will hear about their experiences tonight. So I'm really looking forward to hearing this. So I'll turn it over to you, to Board Member Hill.
Thank you. So yes, I have the pleasure of introducing 4 incredibly talented scholars from our school district. And they have spent their summer at LMH Health in a mentorship program in which they have been paired with senior executives at the hospital. And this program is a collaboration between LMH Health and the school district. And it really is an example and a testament of what we can really achieve together if we work together, because we are all on the same team and want the same thing for our scholars. And so a little background about the program. Like Dr. Lewis mentioned, this is our second summer doing it. And we created this program to give our scholars the opportunity to have hands-on experience in healthcare outside of what people usually think of healthcare, which is doctors and nurses. There is so much more to healthcare than being a doctor and being a nurse. Yes, those are great professions, but it's great for our scholars to explore and see what all else healthcare has to offer. And so I don't want to speak too much, so I will introduce the scholar. They're going to introduce themselves, actually, but I like to call up to up here for Anna to give her first presentation.
Hi guys, my name is Ariana Childress and I am one of the 4 LMH Leadership Academy executives for the summer of 2020. I recently graduated from Lawrence Free State High School and I will be continuing my academic as well as my athletic career at Pittsburg State University in Pittsburg, Kansas. And the reason why I wanted to be a part of the academy was because I knew I wanted to pursue a career in healthcare, but coming from a family with little background in that, I didn't really know where to start and where exactly or what pieces I needed to build up that career. And so also, So once I got the email about the opportunity, I hesitated a little bit because it had leadership in the title, and that's not really where I saw myself as a person. And so as I started to read more about what the internship had to offer, I decided maybe I should try and maybe I should apply myself to a leadership academy. So then I applied, I'm sorry. And not knowing how competitive this opportunity was, I'm still very blessed to know that I was accepted with these other 3 amazing young adults who I have grown and created bonds with. Throughout my experience at LMH, I've learned not only about the departments that I've showed interest in, but I've learned more about leadership as a whole and what it takes to become a better leader. And not only that, I've learned more about myself in that aspect. I've learned that some qualities I was told that were my weaknesses are actually some of my strengths. And from taking the Clifton Strengths Assessment, I have learned that my top 5 strengths are consistency, includer, futuristic, empathy, and arranger. Not only that, I have learned more about how to have crucial conversations from a novel that was provided by Cheryl D'Amico, one of the mentors that I was paired up with throughout my 6 weeks. And from another novel I read titled Your Leadership Edge, I was able to learn what it takes to energize others by first engaging those unusual voices, starting from where they are, working across factions, creating a trustworthy process, speaking to loss, and inspiring a collective purpose. I've learned that vulnerability is a key to building trust. And lastly, one of the biggest takeaways I've had from my experience is that something that Russ Johnson, the CEO of LMH, had said, which is, don't change your core values to please others, because at the end of the day, not everyone is going to like your decisions. And that's something I really took to heart, because going to Free State, it was really hard for me to know my core values, because I was losing it trying to please everyone and make sure everyone was happy. For my future plans, I will be continuing my academic as well as my athletic career at Pittsburg State University. I am currently undeclared in my major, but again, I want to pursue a career in healthcare. So while at Pitt State, I will be taking a Guerrilla Gateway course that will help guide me into figuring out exactly what I want to do based off of learning my core values. Sorry. Throughout the academy, I have shown interest in physical therapy, athletic training, and nursing within anesthesiology and pediatrics, where I had done a ton of shadowing, and I would like to thank those who were involved in making those opportunities happen. And for my capstone project, I will be discussing texturism in a workplace. Texturism fosters the idea that certain hair patterns are more desirable and beautiful than others, which in this case, straight hair was more valued than curly hair, textured hair, Afro-textured hair. The reason why I decided to do this as my topic is because growing up, I really disliked the hair that was growing out of my scalp, and it didn't fit what I saw as a daily norm, which was straight hair. So I would do whatever I could to alter my hair, straighten my hair by perming it, flat irons, even hot combs, they were the worst. But by the time I had reached my junior year, I started to actually embrace my curls, even though I faced a lot of obstacles such as microaggressions at school. There was nothing anyone could really say or do that would make me want to alter my hair and go back to straightening my hair and damaging it. And so then Friday, I'll be talking about how Black women have a higher chance of not being hired or fired from the job because of their hair. And I will also be talking about mental, physical, and emotional health disparities within altering your hair for. And actually, the picture at the bottom is a picture I created my freshman year of high school. It represented how on the right, it was basically me at home and having to, actually, I'm sorry, it's on the left. It's me trying to, I guess, I had to alter my feelings. I had to physically do my hair, straighten my hair. That's why I have braids on one side, so I can it was easier for me to straighten my hair, but I had to alter my hair. I had to put on a mask. As you can tell, I have a tear coming out of my eye, and then on the other side, it's like a smile. And I had to also alter my mental stability to go to school. And I will also lastly talk about my call to action, which is to make dress code policies equal for everyone, no matter their texture, because you can't say you want diversity, but shut out those that don't look like you. And so whether that has to do with your race, gender identification, or even in this case, hair. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak at this meeting. It was honestly an honor, and as you can tell, I'm a little shaky today, but I am really passionate about this. And I would also like to give a thanks to Erica, Dr. Lewis, and everyone else who has implemented or put up with having the academy happen, even though there's a pandemic happening. And I've learned a lot, and I definitely will take all of this and use it for future things. Thank you. Next, we have Kirk Johnson.
Hello, my name's Kirk Johnson. I'm one of those students in the LMH Health Leadership Academy. I'm 17 years old, and I'm going to be a senior at Lawrence High School. I applied to the academy to gain a better understanding of the administrative side of the hospital and further explore my career interest. I applied because I knew my career goals. I knew most about the medical side from the school classes such as pre-med, but I knew this would help me gain a better insight into the business side. I've learned how many groups come together to make a business function throughout my mentorship and shadowing through the different departments of the hospital. My career goal is to become a director of nursing. I was inspired by having so many older family members living in Kansas. And my great-grandma Mimi, pictured in this photo, this was taken on my way to my formal dance this year. She's been super important in my life, and I've seen the great care she's received in nursing homes. And I just want to return the care that I've seen her get to other families and help provide those experiences. This has also helped me, the academy has also helped see the administrative side of this. And then my capstone project that I chose from the academy is how Native Americans are being affected through COVID-19. Throughout this pandemic, Native Americans have been affected at a disproportionate rate. This academy has inspired me to take action and inspired me to demand change. This academy inspired to help reach out and campaign for local people running for House of Representatives. I helped phone bank and campaign for Christina Haswood, who is running for House of Representatives for the 10th District. What will I take with me? The academy, I got to spend time with many people who have helped me grow both intellectually and emotionally. Throughout this time, I've got to shadow and spend time with mentors who work on the business side. I've seen the pains of the hospital when sick, but I've also learned the happiness and the joy. I've discovered through Clifton Strengths Assignment and working with other leaders, one of my Lane leadership qualities is building relationships. I've got to do this through mentors, working with my fellow academy students, and more. And finally, my quote I want to leave you is, leaders become great not because of their power, but their ability to empower others. During the academy, I was given the chance to meet with Russ, the CEO of LMH. He told me the importance of empowering others because one alone cannot lead a great establishment. I will continue to remember this as I lead, that my goal is not to lead myself, but to create a team of leaders that can help create a better future. Thank you. Next is Thayu Kamori.
Hi, everyone. I hope you guys are having a great day so far, and I'm really grateful to be here. My name is Thayu Kimori. I'm going to be a senior here at Lawrence Free State High School, and okay, there we go. I applied to the Leadership Academy to understand the systems and processes of the hospital and the steps of how a collective group makes decisions within the lines of improving policies, operational tactics, or developing strategies to achieve an overarching goal, in this case, a partner for lifelong health. Before I applied to this academy, I had heard about it like throughout the year, and after the COVID hit, I was like in school mode, so I completely almost forgot about this opportunity. And then my mom literally told me, hey, did you remember to apply? Get on it. Like, you need to start immediately. And I almost missed the deadline, but I'm really, really grateful to be here. With the time I spent in the Leadership Academy, I learned so much more about myself than I even knew. I learned about my strengths, which are strategic, achiever, deliberate, relator, and competitive. Everyone here, one thing that I really did take away from this experience is that everyone here, even you guys in this boardroom, has an obligation to the community in committing themselves and providing the best care for every individual that enters LMH. And I learned that when you recognize the leader in you, you understand how to carry out your responsibilities in a manner that people respect and admire those qualities in you. And I learned that when you become a leader, you also have to meet people where they are, because in their life or the moment that you meet them in. Regardless of their circumstance, you need to ask them of their needs and what they hope to gain out of their experience with you. They should feel comfortable and safe to converse and connect on a personal level, especially if that person or group wants to relate with each other outside of the workplace. They should be okay and open to doing that. I also had the opportunity to have a one-on-one session with Russ, and in that 1 hour that I had with him, I learned really so much more about my leadership qualities and how to share my strengths in a manner that's positive to other people. Prior to attending the academy, I honestly didn't know that there was an active inclusion, diversity, and equity in the hospital, and I was really excited to learn that LMH is really trying and diligently working to include that within the fabrics of their culture. And one of their purpose is to intentionally cultivate an environment of inclusion, diversity, and equity with the local community. So here's a sneak peek about what my capstone is going to be about. Crucial Conversations is a book that I tasked myself to read during my time at LMH. One of our mentors, Cheryl D'Amico, gave each of us this book, and it sparked a light bulb. With the intense inferno that COVID sparked, causing folks to stay at home, and on top of that, George Floyd's death, what better time to sit down and just talk? With the time I spent here in the academy, I learned that developing good relationships with people for progressive growth is very beneficial internally and externally. We learned that those relationships start with a conversation. The question I asked myself when I was researching this is, what happens when you stumble upon a topic that a person you're talking to shuts down, gets angry, and storms off? Where do those feelings go when someone has personally attacked you and you don't know where to take that? Normally you just take it home and then you take it out on your family, your dog, your cat, just anybody. And one thing that I really want to talk about is that dialogue is the key to having a successful exchange with people. When I think about a conversation, I imagine one of those sequin pillows in a store where you rub on, you just can't pass by without rubbing on it, and if you rub it the wrong way, it won't look right, and that's how a conversation is. This Friday, I plan to share about what I've learned through my research and from asking executives, directors, managers about how to handle those types of tough conversations. So here's this. Okay. I plan to attend a 4-year university and become a nurse, and hopefully definitely go back to school to attain a master's in advanced degree in management with preferably, most likely, health administration. I remember when I was young, I would always wake up early. My parents would get us ready for school, and they really wanted us to get a good education while they were going back to school to become nurses. And that's something that they instilled in me about hard work and sacrifices, for just the benefit of other people. And my whole life, I grew up with exposure to nursing at a young age, and with the experience I've gained with international missionary work in the public health places, I knew that becoming a nurse would be a great fit for me spiritually and leadership-wise. Being here, I had a strong calling to be a leader within healthcare specifically, and I'm so grateful to have received this chance. Just me being a Black girl in Lawrence, Kansas, just being able to rub shoulders with executives, that's so rare, and that's something that I really, really will cherish for the rest of my life. I want to thank Erica Hill for being a great mentor for us, and Cheryl D'Amico, Jeanette Kirkpatrick, and Rebecca Smith, and Dr. Lewis, of course. Just didn't want to forget him. for just providing me a great opportunity to explore my interest in healthcare. And who would have thought that I would get to, be able to do this? Like, this is really amazing, presenting to the board. Like, honestly, if COVID hadn't hit, I would have never been standing here in front of the board and you guys. Like, it's really amazing. A quote that I want to leave you guys with is, "The greatest discovery of all time is that a person can change his future by merely changing his attitude." Oprah Winfrey. This is an important quote to me because I know that there are so many things that could happen and you can automatically have a negative feedback on it and you can automatically feel down on yourself. And I feel like if you go about things with a positive attitude and just brush it off, you'll just keep it pushing in life. Like, there's so many other things and opportunities, and when you have a bad attitude, that'll never happen. So thank you guys so much. And up next is Fiona Swaggerty.
So this is my Leadership Academy experience. My name is Fiona Swaggerty. I am 18. I am one of the executive scholars at the Leadership Academy, and I just graduated from Free State High School. I plan on attending Johnson County for 2 years and then transferring to KU to get my Bachelor of Science in Nursing. I am really interested in pediatric endocrinology and nursing in the emergency department or the intensive care unit because I'm type 1 diabetic and I just understand those scary and unfamiliar experiences in places like a hospital. I want to be able to relate to the patients that I have and make them feel comfortable in a setting that is usually sort of unsettling and off-putting for someone that's young that doesn't really understand what's going on. And my goal is to allow them to just feel safe and know that I'm there for them and that I care deeply about them and just like the countless nurses and doctors that I've had over my time have done for me. And when I decided to join the Leadership Academy, it was really a long shot for me because I'm usually introverted, and at the beginning I would have never done something like this. Public speaking is not my thing, but I was encouraged by a lot of my family and friends, so I decided to take a chance because I've always known that I was interested in doing something in healthcare, and I just have a heart for helping people. And so I didn't only apply to see what the administrative side was. I really wanted to sort of get more of a feel for the fields that I'm interested in and just further my love and passion for the medical field. And I knew that by receiving this experience, it would open up so many opportunities for me, and just the connections that I would make would just open so many doors and help with my experiences and my goals in the future. And I applied to drive myself out of my comfort zone and sort of just take my future into my own hands in a way. And so my strengths from the assessment that we took were empathy, strategic, developer, futuristic, and relator. And I would think that these accurately describe me because I'm definitely an extremely open and understanding person, and I just make sure that people know that I care about them and that I'm there for them. And I can definitely navigate situations quickly and find multiple solutions, and I usually always, but I intentionally find the good in everyone, and I just look for what makes them unique as a person, and I choose to look forward to who I can be rather than what's happened before and the hardships that I've gone through. And I just really make sure that I focus on people individually because everyone has different strengths that they can bring to the table that are meaningful, so I just really like to recognize that in everybody. And besides personal strengths, I've learned a lot of strengths leadership-wise. I know how important it is not only to recognize my strengths, but be able to recognize my weaknesses and my vulnerabilities and how to control those, and just allow myself to grow and improve and sort of learn how to control and go along with conflict and uncertainty and make sure that I manage that correctly and know my values and bring myself out of my comfort zone. And then most importantly, I learned to take care of myself, but to also just have fun. And so all these things have allowed me to understand more about myself as a person because since I started, I'm definitely more assertive. I'm more open and out there. I know what I value and what I look for in myself and others in order to be as efficient and successful as possible. And I appreciate my humanness, so I know that I'm not perfect, but I can still be an amazing leader despite that. And I know to not only recognize problems, but to take action, because since I've started the academy, it's really been ingrained in me, listening to Verdell's talks and just sort of going over all of the problems that I've thought about, not only in healthcare, but in the world, that in order to make the change, you have to be the change. So it's just become very important to me since I've started that it's something very important to do, whether it's something small and personal or something that could change the world. And so I know that since I've joined this, I cannot even imagine the amount of opportunities that have been open for me that I would not have been able to have before. And there are just countless things that I'll have a head start in, or just a lot of help with, since I was allowed to have this amazing experience. And after meeting all of the people who have nothing but positive intentions for me and just so many ways to help me, it opens so many doors. And I know so many amazing leaders and people in high up positions that can assist me in being a part of new experiences with stronger and more supported backgrounds, whether it be a job, a program, or something at school. And as for my career, this program on my resume will look great, but not only that, the experience I've gained just allowed me to be a better leader, and I'll definitely be more willing to rise to the occasion now. I will definitely not waste any experience or opportunity that is given to me, and I'll be sure to use this experience as a way to run my personal and work life from now on. During the Leadership Academy, it's only furthered my interest for the careers that I had in mind when I first came, and this has been helped through doing the shadows in different departments. But one that really had an impact on me was in endocrinology, where I met a CMA named Gail Mitchell, and she just deepened my love for nursing. She was really everything that I want to be in a nurse. She was kind, she was caring, she was extremely engaged in her patients. She had a really strong work ethic, and she was also just really trusting and confident in her doctors that she worked with, which I think is really important. And I will just remember her forever, even though I only spent a few hours with her, and I'm just very optimistic about where I end up in the future. And my experience at LMH definitely allowed me to explore those interests further and just realize what it truly is that I want to do with my life. And for my capstone project, it's over period poverty. And in the Leadership Academy, we learned a lot about health inequities, so problems such as health issues and medical treatment of people of color or people with lower income or people with disabilities, and a lot more. But mine focuses on the health inequities of women, and it's specifically about menstrual health. Period poverty, as defined by ActionAid.org, is a global issue affecting women and girls who don't have access to the safe, hygienic, sanitary products, and or they're unable to manage their periods with dignity, sometimes due to community stigma and sanction. And so staying home from work or school, or just missing little parts of them, because you don't have proper materials to contain or regulate it, doesn't only affect your body, but it affects your education, your mental health, your quality of living, and really just your overall well-being. And I think that we need to normalize menstruation and help everyone realize that it is a natural process and it deserves to be treated as such rather than stigmatized, and that it is dire to make these products as affordable and accessible for women as possible in order to achieve a better, stronger future and improve life for everybody. And so before I close my presentation, I just wanted to thank everybody that makes this opportunity possible. It was just an amazing experience, and I'll be forever grateful for my experiences and learning opportunities. And to end it, I just want to leave you guys with the quote, be the change you wish to see in the world. Thank you.
All right. So I'd like to thank Anna, Kirk, Bayou, and Fiona for choosing LMH to spend your summer with us. I've learned so much from you. This has been an amazing experience. And The thing I've learned the most is if you give scholars an opportunity and create the environment for them to thrive, they'll do just that. And these 4 remarkable scholars did that. They have thrived. I've seen all of you blossom and develop into these amazing leaders. And so we will be celebrating them. They'll be graduating on Friday, and we'll be celebrating them. And I just want to say I am proud of each and every one of you. So thank you.
Give this you.
Okay. I just want to also thank Board Member Erica Hill for her vision in implementing this program. You are literally changing lives by giving these scholars opportunities, which they've just so articulately said that they otherwise didn't think that they would have. You know, to rub elbows with CEOs, to be in spaces where you may have not thought that you would be in terms of just shadowing and getting that experience and knowledge and learning more about a healthcare field that some of you want to eventually go in. And so I want to say thank you, and I'm so proud of you. I needed this tonight, and so thank you for being here. But I just see amazing futures in front of each one of you, and know that you were chosen for this. I know you did apply, but you were chosen. You were given this opportunity. So leverage that, use this, put this on your resume, and because a lot of students would love to have received this opportunity, but it was you, and it was you for a reason. So super proud of you. Thank you again, Erica.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Other board members want to give feedback to as a way of recognizing?
I just want to say I really enjoyed each and every one of your presentations, and it's just a breath of fresh air to know that you all will be entering into the medical field and making change, especially for historically marginalized populations. So I'm okay with growing older because knowing that there are people like you, you all, and that's stepping into that field. So thank you. And thank you, Erica, for the continuous work that you've done.
I can go. This is let me take this off. This is Carol for people who are listening at home. But I just want to thank you for your presentations, and thank you, Erica. You've brought tears to my eyes. It's beautiful. But I'm hopeful. I feel you gave me hope today. So thank you, and I feel better that my future is in your hands. And thank you so much.
This is GR. I just want to say all 4 presentations were fantastic. It was great to see what you had learned and how you were able to take the concept that you were learned and start to talk about how you would apply it and what you wanted to do in the future. And the only one piece of advice that I would give you is as you're into the medical field, just remember, if you have a choice between believing the doctor or believing the pharmacist, always believe the pharmacist.
Yeah. I have to tell you that GR is a pharmacist to circle that around. But Paula?
Talk really closely to. Yeah. I just want to say how much I appreciate you all, and it was a huge reminder, just echoing what everyone else is saying, that our leadership is in really good hands. And one of you all had mentioned, I think all of you have mentioned, that who would have thought I would be here presenting. As a much older person, I said the same thing about 2 years ago. So you'll never let your learning stop. Always continue to grow, no matter what age you reach. And I'm so proud of you all. Thank you.
Shannon?
Thank you for sharing your experience this summer. You all are just amazing scholars, and I am so excited for your futures, and am proud of the work that you're doing and that you will do. So thank you and congratulations.
Sincerely, congratulations. It was extraordinary. When Erica brought the last crew of scholars last year, I was like, that's it. She'll never find another group of kids that is, this motivated and this inspiring. But I learned so much from each of you. I really liked the topics that you chose, that you're focusing your work on. that it's both personal and still has a impact on all of us. Just echoing what others have said about how we'll all benefit from the work that you're doing, and just really appreciate that you came tonight, and well done, really, Erica, that's phenomenal. She's been really excited, and now I see why. So it's great to see you all tonight.
We're virtually handshaking, like in the air. Normally we would do that.
So I believe now, if Erica, you have your agenda open, it's on me, right?
And scholars, you're welcome to stay or you can leave. It's your choice.
I would recommend leaving.
Yeah. Same.
This is right. We really needed you guys tonight, so.
Oh, you can.
Yeah.
Take care.
All right. I'll try to keep my remarks brief tonight, and I learned to do that from watching the State Board of Education's presentation earlier this week or last week. That was disappointing, to say the least, from my personal perspective, but I am reminded that it is important to pay attention to who you vote for locally. And with that spirit in mind, I would encourage you all, if you have not already, to consider getting your ballot mailed to you, which you can do at kansasvote.org. I think the last day to get it is tomorrow, and Patrick Kelly is in the room with us. He serves in the district, but also is on the county commission, and we will be electing 2 of his colleagues, as well as the DA, and a couple other very critical elections. So if you have not, please join me in making sure that our local representatives are as strong as they can be in case our state is unable to make decisions on our behalf. I also want to acknowledge my colleague, Carol Cadu-Blackwood, for the good work that you have been doing in the community around names and as they relate to Native Americans. And I was incredibly inspired by you showing up in the middle of COVID-19 in Savannah, Missouri, and just wanted to tell you how much I appreciate that work, and hope that we can, I hope you talk about it a little bit tonight, and certainly hope that we continue on this board to help support you in that effort. So thank you for that work.
Thank you.
We attended the graduation ceremonies, which I think Dr. Lewis will talk about, and I just wanted to say thank you to the administration for making that possible for our scholars and for creating as safe of an environment as we possibly could. The speeches and seeing the families get to recognize their seniors was meaningful to me and to several board members who had seniors graduating this year. I also want to acknowledge that we have received and continue to receive a large volume of emails from the community. I really appreciate your engagement around some topics that we'll be covering tonight. We have been getting a lot of email around equity work that the district is doing, and or not doing, depending on your perspective. But Dr. Lewis and district leadership and potentially our equity facilitators will be providing an update on the district's equity work as we connect that to the COVID-19 and the experience of our students this year going into the fall. And I believe it'll happen in the next couple of meetings, but potentially certainly before the start of school. So I appreciate that they'll be putting that presentation together for board members. And then along the lines of folks that have been reaching out, I appreciate Representative Amix reached out to the board and to me as a president and extended in the way that he can how much he appreciates all of our work, and that he's been receiving a lot of contacts and people have been reaching out to him about public education as well, and I appreciated that he contacted the board, and so I just wanted to give him a shout out. And I believe that is all that I have to say on my part. Paula and I met with the policy committee, and I'll just, outside of my role as board president, I'll say that the policy committee continues to work on issues related to uniformity amongst our site councils, a bullying policy that will be coming before the board shortly related to staff and protecting our staff. And we are looking at naming policies in anticipation that potentially Pinckney will be looking at a name change and wanting to do it in a way that is reflects a positive, all the positive things that came out of the name change for Billy Mills, and hoping to support them if they decide to make that decision. And probably will need to lean on your leadership, Carol. I'm looking at you because of your all the work you did on Billy Mills, so your guidance will be on that. And I believe, is that all that's all we talked about, right, Paula? Oh, Title IX. We're getting ready to do Title IX updates and updates around, a few updates around tobacco, but I think that's it. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Lewis.
Thank you, Board President Jones. Again, I do want to congratulate the class of 2020. We did celebrate LVS graduation a couple of weeks ago, and then on last week, I believe it was, we celebrated Lawrence Free State and Lawrence High School. So thank you to all of our parents and staff, board members that attended. We did have a couple of board members saying that they would bring this to the board, that we would have all of our graduations like that, but I don't know. Hopefully there will be no more pandemics that will cause us to do that. But again, congratulations to the class of 2020. Dr. Anna Stubblefield and myself had the opportunity to present virtually at a national conference, the RTM K-12 Virtual Innovation Conference this past Sunday, about our equity work. And so school districts from around the country were attended our session and was very pleased and asked questions and learned from us as it relates to our equity work. So it was good to highlight the work of our staff around our equity work. I do want to publicly thank State Board Member Ann Ma and Janet Waugh for voting yes, despite it did not pass, but I do want to thank them publicly for their vote. And we've already thanked Erica, but I do want to publicly thank LMH, the entire LMH health staff, for their partnership in providing our scholars with these wonderful opportunities through this Leadership Academy. As part of the personnel report tonight on the consent agenda, you will see that we have completed our hiring for Lawrence High School administrative team with the promotion of Assistant Principal Mark Pruitt to Associate Principal, and the addition of Curriculum Specialist Dr. Jennifer Smith as an Assistant Principal. LHS definitely has a highly qualified and experienced administrative team that's ready to kick off the 2020-2021 school year. Our Equity Advisory Council and Parents of Color Advisory Groups met jointly last week under new leadership. Former school board member Jessica Beeson is the new chairperson of EAC, and parent Kay Emerson will lead our Parents of Color. These advisory groups discuss their interest in supporting school families and staff as we start the school year, and also continuing to discuss the School Resource Officer program. Today, the district hosted its annual Back to School Administrative Professional Development today at Free State. They began with welcoming 13 new administrators to our team, leaders of our Together Again task force, some of whom are here tonight, shared information from the 1,000+ hours of our 200 teachers and staff have devoted to this fall 2020 planning. We discussed plans for teacher and staff professional learning, shared information, updates from special education, human resources, and focused on key professional learning topics, including equity, our student-centered multi-tiered support system, our instructional framework, and the use of DigiCoach for teaching observations, as well as assessment goals and outcomes. I again want to express my sincere appreciation to the Lawrence Education Association, the District LEA Calendar Committee, and all of the administrators, teachers, and classified staff serving on the Together Again task force. They've spent the better part of their summer engaged in fall planning. Despite a constantly moving target, they have focused first on state, national, and local health and safety guidelines in order to protect our scholars and staff. As you will hear tonight, they are developing contingency plans for 3 instructional models, in-person learning, a hybrid of in-person and remote learning, which the board requested at our last meeting, and 100% distance learning. The Calendar Committee also has considered several revisions in order to meet KSDE's requirements, and balance the needs of our school community with regard to student instructional time, staff professional development, planning, recording and reporting, and staff and family conferencing, including holiday and vacation time. So staff will bring you an amended calendar to tonight. With the Kansas State Board of Education's rejection of the governor's executive order, you will see that we recommend staying the course and starting the school year after Labor Day as the governor advised. The amended calendar does include having most of our employees return to work on their original contract schedule and enhance professional learning opportunities in August so that our staff can prepare for whatever September brings. Only the return of food service staff will be delayed as a result of a later school start. If the board does approve the calendar tonight, food services staff will continue to provide free summer meals for all children in our community through August the 31st at Hillcrest, Swegler, and Billy Mills Middle School. Food service also is prepared to provide school meals if a hybrid of in-person and remote learning or 100% distance learning is used. Our staff also continues to prioritize equitable access to technology in order to ensure that all of our scholars have the opportunity to learn. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lewis. It's now time for patron commentary, and we have quite a bit of patron commentary, but I just want to point out that if you are tuning in to give commentary on something that's on the agenda, you will talk before that agenda item. So for those of you that will be providing commentary on issues related to school starting or COVID-19, that will come later in the agenda, and folks related to the paraeducator union will be getting to that relatively quickly, but we'll put that on hold. So we do have some other folks here. So I'm going to read the audience participation. It looks like our other speakers are coming to us from the Lawrence Education Justice Collective. So it'll be nice to hear from you all, and I'm going to read you the patron commentary. So if I can pull it up. That is the petition patron form. Huh. Apologize.
Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, why am I looking at it wrong?
Audience participation.
Oh, yeah, audience. Thank you, Melissa. All right. The USD 497 Board of Education welcomes patron comments and thanks you for taking time to talk to us about our policies and procedures. We set aside this time during our regular meetings to hear from the public. This is your time to share your opinions. However, complaints about specific staff or students will be heard by the board in executive session in order to protect the privacy of the individuals to be discussed. While you're not required to share your contact information, we ask for that information so district staff or the board can follow up with any specific concerns you may have. The board president will invite comment on topics not included on the agenda to start, which we've discussed, and will please limit comments to 5 minutes. And because we have so many items to talk, we're really going to do that 5-minute limit. So hopefully I won't be too rude and interrupting, so I'll try to do it kindly. So to start, if we have with us tonight Jamie Larson. Can also, if Megan Welch is here, we would love to hear from you as well.
Is it all right if I start talking?
Yeah.
Please do. Okay, thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Jamie Larson. My pronouns are they, them, she, her. I am speaking tonight on behalf of the Kansas for a Safe Return to School group. Our group is organized by Lawrence citizens and includes over 7,300 participants.
I'm sorry, I have noted that you were going to be talking about the Lawrence Education Justice Collection. Are you actually talking about the COVID-19, about the reopening? Is that correct?
I'm talking about 3 things: the reopening, the Lawrence Education Justice Collective, and also the Paraeducator Alliance.
you just like threw me such a curveball because that's not how this works. But I'm gonna go ahead and let you, I'm just sorry to have interrupted. If you can go ahead and jump back in, we'll apply your comments to the right areas as we move through the agenda too. Thank you for your patience with me.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So our group has over 7,300 participants on Facebook. The number of participants in our group at the last Board of Education meeting for this school district was 2,900. Our group was started by 2 educators who both have a background in working with students from marginalized groups in our society, as well as being paraeducators before they enter teaching. Since joining the group as an organizer, I have worked to collaborate with Kansans across the state in school districts large and small, in school districts rural, suburban, and urban. I have connected with educators that have worked in the profession longer than I have been alive, and teachers that are still searching for their first job in the profession. Our group is growing every day, every hour, every minute. Our group is purposeful and a safe way to discuss the following tenets: communicating to local school boards to delay the start of school until after Labor Day, urging local school boards to enact the start of school so that it is 100% online, at least for the first 9 weeks of school, using scientific health department data to make decisions about remaining online or introducing in-person services. And if the latter, following CDC guidelines 100% of the time in each school district building. Encouraging local school boards to devise a policy that places all PD opportunities and new staff inductions online for the upcoming school year. Communicate to local school boards that a district and community student well-being team be created that includes social workers, wraparound services, local mental health professionals, and provides information and resources for basic needs, including but not limited to shelter, food, and healthcare. We do this discussion online because it keeps us safe from COVID-19. We do this discussion online because we can keep our families safe from COVID-19. We do this discussion because we care about our lives, our families' lives, our communities' lives. We have the opportunity to engage in online discussion of important topics and help others struggling with the fears of the unknown, just as we all are, and we do this all safely online. My reiteration of the word online is purposeful. COVID-19 doesn't care if my 5-year-old daughter goes to her new elementary school in person. It doesn't care if she isn't able to read on grade level by the time this coming school year is over. And you know what? I don't care either. COVID-19 doesn't discriminate as it infects people in our community, but I care. The organizers of the Kansas for a Safe Return to School group care about this, and so do over 2,000 citizens in Kansas who have completed our petition. The safety of students as we educate and care for them during the school year ought to be the top priority for considering plans as we move to start services for the school year. It is my opinion and the opinion of others in our local community that our students are not experiencing the safest environment in order to learn and will not when they enter in-person services after COVID-19 becomes manageable in our community. As a school district, the board ought to work with district administration to end zero-tolerance discipline and punitive policies and practices, mandate Black history and ethnic studies in the K-12 program, focus on recruiting more Black teachers, social workers, counselors, and other professionals that can assist our students with various mental health needs. Work with state and county officials to move from punitive truancy practices and focus on truancy interventions within the school system, as to purposely move away from court referrals and JDC involvement. Partner with Sanctuary Alliance to provide training on procedural practices for non-cooperation with ICE, and change the name of the Pinckney Elementary School. The school board ought to work with the district to put these into action now, in the immediate future, and build upon these as opportunities arise throughout the school year and beyond. Lastly, with the request to move to online instruction to begin the school year, I implore you to provide a flexibility policy for parents K through 12 so that families are not punished for missing instruction due to care issues during working hours and other situations that may arise due to the abnormal economical and societal structure that COVID-19 has placed upon us. As a working mother of a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old, it is impossible for me to complete my duties as a teacher during the regular school day hours, as well as educate my 5-year-old and provide constant care for my young toddler. Flexibility policies must be in place to hold parents and teachers accountable for learning needs, but not be punitive, because this is a traumatic new world for all of us. These are community issues, and our school district exists because of the support of the community. We owe our community working parents and caretakers the opportunity for flexible completion of assigned activities. We owe our students access to a district that practices and implements social justice consistently and with integrity. We owe our students with special needs access to paraeducators whose interests and concerns are being heard and negotiated upon. The students of Lawrence Public Schools deserve to learn in a safe environment with teachers who are ready to do their best and not fearful or hesitant because their lives or the lives of their loved ones may be in jeopardy when they go to work. I thank you all for the opportunity to speak and take care.
Thank you, Jamie. I appreciate it. Just new board member mistakes. I'm seeing now that these are, most of the comments are related to COVID-19. So in that spirit, I'm going to ask everybody just to hold tight for patron commentary until we get to that part of the agenda. Otherwise, the flow kind of gets messed up. But I appreciate Jamie setting the tone and your comments. So we're going to go ahead and move on to board commentary.
So,
hey, is that Megan? Megan?
hi, sorry.
I'm sorry. Can you hold on until we get to the part of the agenda where we
What part of the agenda is that? What number?
Sure. It's the it is number 5 actually. 5.2.
Well, my comments are my own and they're of a personal level. They are well under 5 minutes, I believe. I can
Yeah,
now.
it's not about what it's about what they pertain to. So there's several people that are going to give comments related to reopening schools. And so those are all going to happen when we're talking about reopening schools. I really appreciate that you're here. I hope you'll hang on for just a moment. With that, we're going to move to board comment.
Are you going to start us?
Yeah.
Okay.
So just a couple things. So I was happy to participate in graduation last week. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed the format. I thought it was really interesting. I liked some of the feedback that I got of parents who said that they liked being that close and liked being able to interact with their graduates right after they got their diploma. So I thought it was a great experience. And then the only other thing I wanted to report on to the board is a little side project I've been trying to work on and give Erica some credit for helping me kickstart it again. So just a little background. About 2 years ago, I went to a presentation at the Cerner Health Conference where I heard a presentation from a health system down in southern Missouri called Cox Health, where they gave a presentation where they had cobbled together some grants from USDA and a couple other people to put together telehealth services inside school buildings of the local school district where one of their buildings was. And they were presenting on the data that they had basically around that they were able to reduce absenteeism from students because through the telehealth, they were able to get parents to join those visits. They were able to get a physician to join those visits. And so when a child would come to the nurse's office and would complain that they had a sore throat or they complained that their ear hurt, they could get a doctor to participate. They could get the parents to participate. And with telehealth specific instrumentation, the doctor could look in the ear and see if there's an ear infection. They got CLIA site licenses so they could do rapid strep tests. And they could do all those things under a doctor's supervision and either say, no, they don't have an ear infection, just give them some Tylenol and let them take a nap, or they could write a prescription and have the parents come pick them up. And it was absolutely fascinating what they were able to accomplish. And so this last week, I was able to talk for about an hour with the person who's in charge of that program and get a lot of information about how they got it started, what they were able to do. She's going to tweak that presentation for me and put some more modern information into it and send it to me. Understanding that right now Cox Health has this program running in 6 different school districts. That's how big they are, but in talking to Erica, we think that there's a potential there between us, LMH and Heartland, to try and figure out if we can work something out, especially now after the pandemic and telehealth has become more prevalent than it was a year ago. I think there's more there. And she said even there was one site that they weren't doing it for kids, but the staff came and asked if they could do it for the staff. And so they basically came and said, this is what it would cost. And they said yes, because the cost of doing it for staff, so staff didn't have to take an entire day off just for a doctor's visit, and then to pay for the subs, they cut their sub cost for that building in half by doing in-person well visits for staff. So I think there's a lot of potential there. So I'll keep everybody up to date as I keep tracking that down.
Cool. Thank you, DR. Other folks? Again, I just want to echo the graduation. I really enjoyed it, and left a little bit early because I wanted to walk down and take pictures with my kid. Don't get to do that very often. I mean, that's a once-in-a-lifetime high school graduation aspect of it. And then I just want to personally speak my truth in the realm of all of the things that are happening, and I will follow protocol and address that issue later. But just thinking about, like, one of the reasons why I, as a board member, I joined, I did not have one primary goal, like one plan of action, like, oh, I want to make the football team better or anything like that. I generally joined the school board as I don't want to, like, speak on behalf of you, like, we wanted to produce change. And I know oftentimes during these different trials and tribulations, maybe you all as patrons voted for us for a specific reason that we agreed with you on, but also remembering that there are going to be issues that we may not all agree on, and that what we're doing as board members or as elected officials, I feel as far as knowing this board, is that we're making the best possible decision that we can for scholars. And I understand how sometimes it's often hard to trust and trust the process and trust in us, but we appreciate a little bit of a tiny bit of faith that we're trying to make the best decisions. Just like some of you who are parents now, you try to make the best decisions for your child, and it may not work out as you plan, but that's what we're doing, and we're human beings too. So I just felt like I had to say that tonight. That's all I have.
Thank you, Melissa. Other folks?
I'll go. So I also had the opportunity to attend the Free State graduation. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it to the Lawrence High one. I had a previously scheduled family event. But I'd like to thank administration and the scholars and the scholars' families for allowing us to celebrate in person with them. It was an amazing experience, and I had a lot of fun. So it was great. On the 21st, I attended the Equity Advisor Council meeting, and we talked about things mentioned in Dr. Lewis's report this evening. And then on the 24th, I had a phone conversation with Hannah Allison. So that's all.
Oh,
Carol?
yes. Hi, this is Carol. And I was able to, I'm lucky, was able to go to both graduations last weekend, and a big congratulations to our 2020 graduates. But I also attended that meeting with Erica, board member Erica Hill and Paula Smith, and the People of Color Equity Advisory Council meeting. But the main takeaway is that we are going to recommend that we resurvey the students and staff for our thoughts and feelings about SROs in schools. But let's see, and I had the pleasure of I went to Savannah, Missouri to take part in the effort to change the mascot. They are called the Savannah Savages. So it's probably the worst name I've ever heard. But I think about John Lewis. He always talked about getting into good trouble. The late John Lewis, he was from Georgia. But I was on the radio. I was on KLWN last week, and I was discussing the importance of the Billy Mills Middle School name change, and how the use of Native Americans as mascots perpetuate stereotypes and contribute to racism and low self-esteem. So it was really good to get that platform. And luckily, they're going to invite me back on the Lawrence Chamber Business. What is that called? Sorry. That was the Lawrence Business Magazine show with Stephen Herzog. And they're going to invite me back. And I encourage everybody to listen to KLWN this next Thursday because Dr. Lewis and his wife are going to be on the show. Tiffany? Yeah, that's correct. And that's all I have.
I'm sorry, I attended that meeting too, but Dr. Lewis stole my thunder. Just kidding. No, but the EAC POCAT meeting, I forgot. And again, along with Carol saying about resurveying, they also said something about potentially surveying parents. So I don't know, and just reviewing the questions. So sorry, I wanted to add that part.
I'm glad you all are going to be looking at that. I appreciate that. Also, awesome leadership there with Jessica and Kay both. So glad they're leading those groups. Paula?
Kind of hard to sit in the front with everyone in the back. So
You want to
around? There we go. And Shannon. Hi, Shannon.
I just echo what everyone else has said. I was able to attend the graduations last weekend. My own daughter graduated, but she was unable to attend, so I'm very proud of her. And I attended the Equity and POCAT committee meetings, and also on the COVID recovery team for Douglas County. There's a lot happening there. So, and I sit on there with Erica Hill. We have put together an equity training, health equity training for businesses and around Douglas County by partnering with Lawrence Douglas County Health Department and the county. And I'm sure I'm forgetting other folks who are part of that. So I apologize. So we have been working almost full time, on that project also, but it is coming along fairly nicely with the incredible turnaround that we're having on that training in a short amount of time. I think that's it.
Shannon.
I just wanted to share two things. One, I wanted to thank everyone who has emailed me. I'm sure all the other board members are also receiving lots of emails, and to please share with the community that I have read every one of your emails. I have not had the opportunity to respond to every one of your emails, but please know that I have read them all, and I've considered all of your input, and I really appreciate how many people have reached out to the board. It's one of the things, that level of engagement is one of the things that makes our district so strong, and I just wanted to say thank you for that. This last week, I participated in a virtual hearing for the National School Board Association's Policies and Resolutions Committee. That is one of my activities that I've become involved in through my leadership at the Kansas Association of School Boards. I'm on the National Association's Policy Committee. Because our annual conference in April was canceled this year, we are doing all of our business, our policy making business, and other business that would normally happen at that annual conference is happening virtually over the past couple of weeks, and then into August we're going to have a virtual delegate assembly. August 14th, I believe, is the date for that. So that's been an ongoing process in that capacity. So just wanted to share, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shannon.
Hey, Kelly. I've got one more thing.
Oh, GR. Go ahead.
I would be remiss if I didn't wish my son Alexander happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday. Okay, all right. Okay, so we're going to move on to approval of consent agenda. Can I get a motion for approval?
Yes.
You want to read it?
Got it. I can do it in a second. I move the Board of Education adopt the items listed on the consent agenda.
This is GR, second.
Jones,
Yes.
Hill,
Yes.
Padu Blackwood,
Yes.
Gordon Ross,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Kimball, Smith. The motion passes 7-0.
Okay, and moving on to PAL, discussion of the Para-Educator Association and GR. You had mentioned perhaps being ready for a motion, but before that, are there other folks that have comments they want to make or clarifying points they need before making a decision? We had a work session earlier, so we're pretty ready to go here, I think. So, GR.
I just want to say before I do this that I'm very proud and I'm very happy to do this. I move the Board of Education begin the steps to recognize the paraeducators of Lawrence Communications Workers of America, PAL CWA organization, directing the superintendent without delay to take such action as necessary for the board at a future board meeting to opt into the Public Employer-Employee Relations Act and formally recognize PAL CWA.
We have a second?
I second. This is Carol.
Jones?
Yes.
Hill?
Yes.
Padu Blackwood?
Yes.
Gordon Ross?
Yes.
Johnson?
I'm abstaining, which is a no by default.
Kimball?
Yes.
And Smith. Motion passes 6-1.
All right. We're ready to move on? Yep. Okay, so we have the budget report. And joining us is Kathy Johnson, Executive Director of Finance.
This correctly. Oh, where'd it go?
Oh, shoot. There was public commentary related to, I'm sorry. Yeah, every minute of this meeting, I'm going to be like the new person. But I would imagine the vote may impact the commentary, but before we move, I'm sorry, we already voted. But Emily or Denise, do you have any comments related to, and particularly Denise, related to the PAL? Not an exclusion of Emily, of course. I would make sure that you caught the vote before you add your comments, but I'm glad to have you speak.
Yes.
Okay.
Should I still go ahead and speak then to PAL?
If you would like to share with us, we would love to hear it.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board, district administrators, colleagues, and community members who are tuning in from home or in the parking lot. My name is Emily Ray. My pronouns are she, her. Thank you for allowing me to share a statement in solidarity with PAL CWA, and I was very pleased to hear the vote that just occurred. I'm an autism specialized classroom teacher in USD 497 and a parent of 3 children in Lawrence Public Schools, and I'm also an LEA member. I have 5 paras that I have the privilege of working with in my classroom, and we dedicate our days to students who require high levels of support. My para colleagues are highly skilled and dedicated and are required to learn and implement numerous complex educational strategies, ranging from using and facilitating use of their AAC devices with students who have limited expressive verbal skills, and AAC stands for Augmentative and Alternative Communication, and that can include programs such as PECS, Proloquo2Go, LAMP, TouchChat, and several more. Taking and charting student data, providing necessary accommodations and modifications, and supporting students across a wide variety of educational environments. These duties are directly related to and necessary in order to provide a free and appropriate public education to our students as required by IEP and their federal law. In addition to these specialized skills, they work alongside me in performing so many necessary basic quality of life tasks, ranging from feeding to positioning to diaper changing. SPED paras are frontline workers supporting our most vulnerable student populations. I want to pause for a moment to personally say thank you to each of my incredible paraeducator colleagues for being tireless partners with me in our critical work with our amazing and unique students. You are appreciated and absolutely essential. Paraeducators are to special education as nurses are to hospitals. Without them, the entire industry would grind to a halt. Attracting, training, and retaining high-quality paraeducators is the single most important factor in our district impacting the quality and compliance of our special education services to our students with exceptionalities. Chronically unfilled positions and high rates of turnover should tell us something, that our paras need better pay, more training and support, and the respect that they deserve as valued members of our team. I strongly affirm previous PAL ally statements that staff working conditions are student learning conditions. We should be ashamed that many paras in our district require public assistance or multiple side jobs to feed and clothe their children because we don't pay them a living wage. We should be ashamed that on multiple occasions I know para colleagues who have had to cut the district check because the cost of their health insurance coverage for their children exceeded what was in their paycheck that pay period. The least we can do, and it sounds like we are doing, is recognize their union, which they have spent 3 to 4 years organizing and has broad support from voters in our community, as well as parents and teachers in our district. I consider a vote to recognize PAL CWA as synonymous with a vote to provide our students identified with exceptionalities the best quality education and support that we can. This issue is an urgent one, and I ask for your support in voting yes to opt into PIRA and recognize PAL CWA, which it sounds like you've made a motion to do so, so I thank you. Thank you for listening, and thank you, school board members, for your attention to this critical issue impacting our most vulnerable students. In closing, I wish to also personally state my solidarity with the LEJC Reimagine Safety social justice demands and the Kansas for a Safe School reopening demand of robust online-only learning with proactive wraparound services to families until we've had 14 days of no new cases in our community. And finally, I ask that the new hire induction will be held online only for the safety of our newest colleagues. I thank you very much for listening and for your dedication as school board members. And with that, I will cede my time. Thank you.
Thanks. Denise, are you here? Oh. She's not, okay. So Dr. Lewis acknowledged her earlier. This evening she's
done a lot of work for PAL, and I hope that you're hearing me when I say congratulations. Melissa had a few more comments that she wanted to make as well, so I'll give her some space.
As you know, I abstained, and I did that in good. That's the only way that I could have done it and felt comfortable. I know when I ran for my campaign, I said that I support paraeducators wholeheartedly. I was actually just looking at my timeline about an individual who voted, because I was apologetic in the treatment, and I still do support paraeducators wholeheartedly. My decision for abstaining, which because I'm present is an automatic no, is because of the inconsistencies as far as reaching out to the classified staff. I heard plenty of I heard that the surveys were sent out weeks ago, and then I've heard that some individuals like Dr. Lewis also heard that they just received it, and because of that inconsistency, for me at this moment, I could not vote yay or nay. So I'm just gonna leave that there, and I feel good about that decision, so.
Thank you, Melissa, for clarifying. I appreciate it. Okay, I'm ready, Kathy. Sorry.
I'm assuming that people can see that. Good evening, Kathy Johnson, Executive Director of Finance. And tonight we're going to go over the budget, how it ended the current year, and the publication of the budget for 2021. For those of you that are new, what the district is required to do is to publish the budget maximums and the maximum mill levies. The line item details of those maximums can be changed throughout the year. The majority of them are things that you've already talked about or approved when you did salaries and when you've done some of the lists that we talked about in April. So we'll touch on some of that and see what questions you have, and then we'll go from there.
Kathy, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Shannon. Unless you are speaking directly into those microphones, it's really hard to hear within WebEx. Thank you.
Is this the right?
That's better. Yes, thank you.
I have a soft voice anyway, so I fade in and out. I apologize.
Okay, so the first thing I just kind of want to remind you is that the board will set the hearing with the publication approval tonight, and we'll have a hearing on August 10th. And it's a 6 o'clock hearing right ahead of the board meeting, and then within the board meeting is when the budget approval will occur in August. And then we're required to certify the budget with the county and the state August 25th. So that's kind of your timeline coming up. So the 2019-20 in review. Just a few things to kind of note that happened throughout this year. My mouse doesn't want to work. First of all, our September 2019 audited enrollment is a decrease from the September 2018. That would technically be impacting the current year budget if it were not for some declining enrollment rules that we're going to talk about a little bit later. But that does potentially create an impact to our funding in 21-22. Again, I'll speak to that more when we talk about the budget and how it's built and that declining enrollment provision that we're going to potentially run into. But they dropped 168.7 FTE funding-wise, technically. So with a lot of the things that are going on and things we'll talk about going forward, enrollment is one of the key things that drives the formula, and we'll talk more about that. Categorical aid for special education continues to be unpredictable. If you'll recall, at the beginning of 18-19, we were told to budget with, and we're required to budget with whatever they give us, $30,610. There was a huge deficit in what we actually received that year. So there was planning around receiving more state aid, and we didn't receive it, if you recall. And so that was just a backwards impact on cash balances. We received $30,085. We don't know that actual number till the 1st of June. So we go all year long expecting a bigger amount and then find out at the end of the year. So as they move forward in 19-20, they predicted a little lower, 29.8, which was nowhere near the 30,610, came in about 30,010. They're giving us a number of 29.5 to go into 2021. So we're not catching up. We feel like we're kind of holding or going backwards a little bit. That's very challenging because that categorical aid is not keeping up with expenses that in special education continue to increase. If that doesn't keep up, then local dollars, which is transfers from general fund or local option budget, have to pick up that difference. That's something we're going to have to start planning for, as cash reserves cannot continue to offset that categorical aid not keeping up. And we've talked about this a couple of different times, and it's continuing to kind of appear to be the case. We're not seeing that state aid increase that we expected for categorical aid. Sometimes it feels like you go forward for a step or two and then you go backwards for as we try to struggle our way through. The other thing that happened this year that was a surprise at the end of the year was liability insurance, as you recall in our June meeting, just went up 62%. Huge unknown. It really impacted how to navigate through this year. Moody's did review our rating, and I provided you, I believe Dr. Lewis shared this in a Friday communique, and then I provided you copies tonight of your the actual credit report, et cetera. But they did drop our rating from an A2 to an A3. And you can read about their reasoning in there. But primarily it was because of the cash balances that they would prefer to see higher in a district our size. The last rating was 2017, and I think I've shared every time we've done this report that those balances are so critical for a number of things, and one of them is this rating, and it just eventually is going to catch up with us, which it did. The other thing that they're concerned about is just the economic impact of COVID-19 and not seeing us have the ability to turn things around super quick as a result of the pandemic, obviously also being, but are willing to keep an eye on us, and if things turn around and things change in a way that they feel like they could change that rating back up, they'll be in touch with us. The next thing then, on the next slide, is COVID hit us. And so you would think that with remote learning and maybe not having school, there could be savings. As a result of COVID, there was a lot of things that became much more costly to us, not a savings to us. The waiver of minutes was only approved if we continued to pay staff throughout the shutdown, so all contracts were paid out. Essential staff are those required to interact with the public or come into the office. To get them to do that, there was a hazard pay of an additional $3 an hour given to those hourly people in order for the foods to be distributed, for custodians to come in and do some of the cleaning, essential workers of accounts payable, finance, some of those workers that had to actually come in the office. We paid out an internet stipend for all of our staff that worked remotely, both certified and classified, to ensure that they had internet access. So that was a cost that we did not plan for. Extra sanitizers, cleaning supplies, masks, containers for meals, technology, just et cetera, all those things that we had to come up with quickly to ensure that the health and safety of our students, staff, and community were dealt with during that remote time. We had a lot of technology that we had to upgrade quickly to meet those needs of staff and students, make sure we had hotspots, make sure we had devices for everybody, make sure they were in good working condition, et cetera. We had to pay out our transportation contract, even though we weren't transporting at least the 95% level. And the biggest one that we really just can't do anything about is food services of revenue-based. We do not support, it's been so proud to be able to say they've been self-supporting. Well, when you don't get cash revenues in for meals and you still have expenses, that cash just disappears. And so their balance, a swing of $570,000 just in that time we were shut down, which took them to a negative number at the end of the year. We've used some CARES money to reimburse them to a point where they can get through July and August. And as we talk about maybe having to delay them to come in and how meals or not serving meals is going to impact, that's the one group of hourly people that it's really, we're going to have to struggle with, because we're going to have to figure out how to cover those costs without revenues coming in. And that's not a budgeted expense that we have. So that's something that we really have to pay attention to in our decision-making. We've put a hold on hiring for vacancies till obviously we know what's going to happen and if we need those or how that's going to disperse. So that will help minimize some expenses until we know how and what we're going to do for food services. And we can share more information as you have questions. As a result of ending the year, our unencumbered cash balances, we tried really hard to keep those where they need to be. I'm not sure where my little picture is gonna, can I move it somewhere? It's covering up the bottom down here. Federal is always on a reimbursement, so you're gonna always see negative numbers there because we have to spend first, then we get to draw the money and replace that. So that gets reimbursed the following month. So June ending is going to get reimbursed in July. The one thing you'll notice that we don't have much to do about, and it'll impact something that we'll talk about later, is the supplemental general fund. This is just in-process taxes. You'll see there was a little bit of dip there, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. Most of our funds, we were able to maintain that capital outlay fairly flat, which was good because in previous years you've seen us have a decrease there. Special education is the one I'm really concerned about. This is when we had the deficit of state aid from planning. We've tried to maintain the best that we can, but that is one that we're going to have to really either support more or contain costs. We're going to have to really struggle or evaluate that and make sure we're not dropping that cash balance further. We did not use the contingency. We tried to keep that all there. which is this one here. You can see it was 1198 last year and 1198 at the end of this year. The others that are down here, so it's 29 and 26, which I don't know if you can see that because of this picture down here. Oh, I can move it. Somebody's moving it for me. So anyway, you can see what the bottom's done. So you can see how cash balances have significantly changed. And if you even go back further, you'll see, although we're staunching it some, this is just the continued, like I said, we go forward a couple steps and then all of a sudden something we have no idea, like the pandemic or insurance seems to set us back. But we're navigating. And so that's where we ended the year. I don't know if you have any questions about any of that before I go into the 2021 year that we've built on top of this. No?
Kathy?
Yes.
Kathy, this is Shannon. I just wanted to ask, I had read that during his update to the State Board of Education in their meeting a week or 2 weeks ago, that Dale Dennis had said that our reimbursement rate for special ed was going to be lower this year, and because they're just spreading the money more thinly across districts than they have before, even though the budget overall has gone up at the state level. Is the number that you had on the previous slide about the special ed reimbursement, does that reflect what they think that decrease will be, I guess? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's what they're requiring us to budget for.
Okay.
So 9.5 is what they're saying we'll get.
Again in June, after they've gotten all the reporting that they do. I believe they do one in December and then a later one in May, and then we do the transportation submission. And they take that pot of money and pay out the transportation, and then they have to adjust that categorical aid on the teacher depending upon what's left in the pool and how many staff have been turned in on those reports that get submitted. And that report comes out of Kevin Harrell's office. And what's happening is there's been a lot more hires a lot of times than the state's planning for, and that's where some of that decrease has occurred. Or transportation costs have increased more than they expected.
That makes sense. I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding the state of that number. It's possible that it will end up being lower.
It could. It could be slightly higher, which is what happened this year. It was 29 something, but we got right at 30. So it's
a lot of a variance, and typically it's not a big variance. The year of 17-18, where it dropped so dramatically, is the first time in a really long time that I can even remember the discrepancy being so significant that it had to impact budgets and cash balances, because that adds up to a lot when you have a lot of staff.
Thanks for that clarification.
Okay, so we'll move into, if I can get this to work, the 2021 Budget Authority and mill levies. So we do know that the base state aid per pupil is scheduled to be $45.69. It was approved in the governor's budget. That's up from the $44.36. So we do know that we'll get the value of that per the FTE enrollment we're allowed to use. As I mentioned earlier, our 9/2019 is lower than the 9/2018. Current law allows a declining enrollment provision, which means we can do one of three things. We can use the 9/2019, the 9/2018 if it's higher, or a 3-year average. We are not eligible for a 3-year average at this stage of the game, and our 9/2019, which would be the norm, is lower. So the highest value we can use is 9/20 of 18 for the 2021 year.
Why are we not eligible for the 3-year average?
It would still make us lower. We're taking the highest of the three. So it just doesn't calculate. So as a result of that, we are using that 10,793.6 FTE for our funding enrollment amount in our brick and mortar schools. Virtual is considered a different state aid number. And that projects out to, and what we've been using for the budget planning, because of the way they do that enrollment a year behind for the next year, we knew all along that that was where we were going to end up. And so that's what we've been using for planning and preparation, and that's where that $1.7 million that we talked to you about in April was what we could think of as for new money. The challenge is that we're going to have to pick up that drop of enrollment at some point. So if the 2020 enrollment doesn't at least come back up to the level that we're at, we're going to realize a decrease in funding as a result of decrease in enrollment. We may be able to average, but that 10,624.9 could be our enrollment number next year, and that is a decrease of 168 FTE times the base state aid per pupil. And we'll realize a decrease, not a funding increase potentially, or a flat. So that's something that we will, and then the 9/20/20 enrollment is going to be for the next year, 21-22. So when we talk about that, with some of the changes in how enrollment gets accounted for, we need to do it really well in order for us to not go backwards when it comes to funding. So it's really important because that is the biggest driver of the formula. I wanted to share a little bit about what that enrollment expectation is so that you kind of understand that as you talk about how school comes back and if it's remote or if it's in-site, and some of the reasons that they haven't gone away with this piece. So this is still required for funding. So the following conditions have to be met in order to count students as enrolled and attended who are not on site on the 21st. So first, everybody's on site, so enrolled and attended, that's how we get our count. Well, if we don't do that and we do remote, how do we do that? So the student has to have daily connection with the teacher, and that has to be someone employed with the district, and they have to connect by phone or conferencing. And then the student must maintain a daily log of activities signed by the student parent or responsible adult and submitted to the district. And those are going to be required for KSDE auditor review for any time that is that remote time. Remote time, for funding purposes, a remote learner is someone who's regularly enrolled in school district and would have normally attended on site had we not done remote, and they are not enrolled in our virtual school full-time. The curriculum and instruction is prepared, provided, or supervised by the school district in which the student regularly is enrolled, and that student must maintain a daily log of activities signed by the student parents so that we can capture the minutes. What that means for minutes is that 360 minutes is a full-time person. So the remote learning is calculated the same as a student if they were attending site. So that online and remote has to add up to 360 minutes of participation in learning. Again, if it's a hybrid, it can be both, but they have to add up to that to get a 1.0 funding. If it's 0.9 or something less than 360, then we're going to get funding of 0.8 or 0.9 or 0.7 times that FTE. So those logs are going to be critical for any time that's not in person in order for us to get our funding. Will a remote learner be eligible for the weighted fundings? When you talk about at-risk and CTE and bilingual, we want that 1.0 on that regular enrollment, and then if they have CTE minutes, we get to weight that. They'll still qualify as long as we meet those minute requirements of just being enrolled and attending on our buildings or the remote. And then if there's some proration necessary because of their part-timeness, that could happen. But as long as they, if it's applicable and they meet the same qualifications they would if they were in the building and they have their minutes like they're supposed to, then we can get those other weightings. So again, it's very critical we get all of our time. Does the 1,116 school term requirement apply to remote learners? And the answer is yes. So under the spring, they waived a lot of this. That's not happening now. It's expected for accountability and those kinds of things. So the school term actually applies to schools and districts, not students. However, every student has to have the opportunity to attend 1,116 hours each school term. So districts are going to have to ensure that the same number of hours are available for remote learners as are available for on-site learners. meaning they still have to have the ability to get all 1,116 hours in a school term in a remote fashion, just as an on-site learner would have. And so they're going to base that on those logs. So if you had somebody that was a remote learner only, they also have to have logs that would add up to that 1,016 is how I read this. So that we'll have to look at. But the concern here is that if I'm a remote learner, I should have as many hours of instruction as somebody that's on site. And by statute, that's 1,116 hours each school term. So we just have to make sure that we're capturing that. We have a calendar that does it. We're getting the logs that can document and account for the time that the kid is getting so that they're getting the same amount of learning opportunity. The equity of that has to be alike.
Question about that, and maybe it's more for Dr. Lewis, but you're talking about 12,000, potentially, if we had a remote experience for the district, 12,000 logs. So there's not any discussion about calculating those hours like you would, like you would for well, my reference is for a credit hour, but that you would for the virtual education is not doing. Okay.
Virtual still has to do the same thing. Virtual has a whole different counting. They actually have to do 2 complete days, one before the count date and one after the count date, and they have to have captured all their online minutes, and then they also have to do a log to capture anything offline. We have to add those 2 days together, divide by 2, and they have to have 360 minutes. So they have the same expectation of making sure that if they don't have 360 minutes of online time that they can document through their software, that we would then have to get offline time for them, and parents have to say, well, they did this in math and they did this in 30 minutes here and whatever for the day.
Did they waive that requirement last spring?
No, for virtual, we still were required to get the logs.
But
for the spring, this was not an expectation. They waived all of this. Okay. But the count happened before that spring. The count happened when we were still in school in September, so it was not needed because the count date was done.
Okay.
We did have to navigate the 1,016, but they did waive that. That was a statutory requirement that was waived as a part of the continuous plan. Those are not being waived as we move into next year.
Okay.
This is straight out of this page, and the page before is straight out of the Navigating Change KSDE Guide for Learning, and I did capture and add in your administrative attachments those 4 or 5 pages that are basically the same information for reference.
Thank you.
Yep. So they're asking for accountability and equity to make sure that all students are going to get this equal opportunity, whichever way they learn, is I think their goal with that. Our categorical aid, I already talked about that 29.5 is what they're setting us at. And within our budget, we approved, I believe it was in June, maybe July, that you approved the salary packages for all groups. And so that was the largest amount of dollars that we had going into next year as far as changes. You'll also see it's a little more than what we had set aside for planned and hopeful new money. And so if you recall, April 27th, we talked you through how we were going to fund those packages, and then there was a lot of additions and subtractions, reductions on how other things were going to change because enrollment had decreased at elementary. There was a natural ratio application that had a reduction. Middle school, high school, we had some additions. And in the end, we came up with about this $8,369 savings. I have a few things at the bottom that were changes since April 27th, the biggest add being our new insurance cost. And then you'll see there were some additional reductions. We didn't go ahead and do this hire that was approved. We restructured administratively, so that came off the table. We, through some restructure in IT, we are not doing the support tech, so that savings we were able to apply back, and that helps towards our insurance. Through the technology restructure, there was some additional savings. There was an additional little bit of savings as we finalized some of the teaching and learning and other administrative restructure. With the low voltage electrician, since it fits with the trades position, we're going to pull that from capital outlay instead of general fund. We're not quite break even. We have a little bit of a shortfall of about 53,000, hoping that we'll relook at budgets and see where we can kind of squeeze that down. And then as actual numbers with enrollment and weightings and things pan out, virtual pans out, we'll see where we end up, and we'll navigate that shortfall throughout the year. Any questions with that?
Well, I have a question, but it's not like your question, a question for you directly, but maybe we can answer it later on. With that savings, we're not doing the support technician. Considering that we have to move, we may have to do that virtual learning. Maybe you said it and I forgot. How is that going to impact the virtual learning? So it's for later, but since I thought about it, I just wanted to put it out there.
I believe that the IT department felt like with the staff that they had and the restructure they've had in place, that they will be able to support the remote learning fine with that. We had a long discussion about, yes or no on that one. It may come back as a need in another year or two, depending upon how things transpire, but based on where we were right now, it was the best, that felt like that was the right thing to do, and so that's where we ended.
Thank you.
Unless Zach has something to add to it, but I think that's how we navigated through that.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, thank you.
okay. Any other questions with this part? So I'm going to move into the official form that drives our calculation, because it is really just a formula-driven legal max, and it's strictly based on enrollment. So Form 150 is the key form that creates and sets our legal max. When we set it, we try to set some things in here that will publish it high, so that as those change under audit, we have the ability to realize any gained budget authority. But we also have to know that if we go down, just what that number is doesn't mean that's what we get. So it was published higher, and it went down to the 79 million, so this current year. So it's published high for a reason, gives us flexibility, and I'll walk through this briefly. We've talked about a lot of these things in the past. We start with that enrollment number that I talked about just a little bit ago. It's either the 920 of the previous year or the year before if it's higher, or an average. So we're actually using 920 of 18. Our at preschool at-risk kids, there's 70 of them, we get half there, so that adds up to a number. There's a formula in here for low enrollment that calculates to an additional FTE. And then there is bilingual contact minutes, and that gives us a weighting factor. They convert it to an FTE, and we get to add that into the mix. The college and career weighting is based on contact minutes on those approved CTE courses. Again, there's a calculation to get it to an FTE, and then a weighting factor, and they calculates out to another thing that gets added on to the base enrollment. Free lunch is calculated into an at-risk amount. Again, an FTE is a result, which then we get to add into the total. We do get a little bit more of a high density at risk for our schools that have high low SCS percentages, and again, it converts to an FTE. Transportation is for those over 2.5 miles transported. We just have to offer transportation. We don't necessarily have to be transporting them every day, but we have to offer it if they live over 2.5 miles, and then we get to count. So that calculates into an FTE as well. For special education, they actually do a calculation of a dollar amount, and then divide it by the base state aid to get that FTE, and then it gets calculated back out. So for teachers, we get the 29,510 that I shared earlier. For paras, we get 40% of that, and then as we add in transportation costs, we would get 80% of those transportation costs in state aid. And then the difference that special education costs us is going to be transfers from your general fund or your local option budget. But you get that bottom number for special education dollars, divide it by the base state aid per pupil, and it gets you this FTE weighting. So you add up all those numbers, and that is multiplied by your base state aid, adding in the state aid for virtual, and that gets you your legal max. Your state aid for virtual is just that, it's state aid. So what we've done in this projection is we've actually tried to bump that a little bit, anticipating we may get more virtual interest from other districts across the state or even some of our own. So last year we had a head count of full-time, 888 virtual, and they are at $5,000. We had a little over 100 head count, but FTE for part-time of 49.3. Part-time we only get 1,700 for. So you take that 49 times the 1,700, and then we get anybody that's 19 and over, we get 709 per credit that they complete. And that was about 4,543 last year for our virtual school. You can see the number here is 7,861,270. So what we've done is we're projecting for just budget authority. This doesn't mean it's happening. If these kids do not show up, we will not get this money, and that all decreases. But we want to give ourselves the flexibility that if we have families interested in enrolling in the virtual school, that we have the budget to be able to, and the capacity to be able to support that. So we've bumped that number to 1,500 in the budget. So 1,500 full-time, 200 part-time. And then when you run it through the calculation, you get this larger number. It doesn't impact anything other than if the kids show up, they're going to owe us the state aid. But if the kids don't show up, it just isn't there. It doesn't impact a mill levy because if the general fund gets the 20 mills and then the rest is filled by state aid. Well, we're way above what 20 mills brings in, so the rest is just filled by state aid. So there's no negative impact for us putting it in here, but it does help us as we think about where our kiddos might want to go in the fall and what that might look like. Does that make sense for this part?
It does. I have a question. Is that account, when you are making that adjustment, are you accounting for just the increase you might expect to see from Douglas County, or our virtual school serves much of the state? Or what is our region? Do we have a region?
All of the state of Kansas,
okay.
Potentially.
I mean, have we begun to see an increase in enrollment from other places outside of?
The majority of the increase in interest, I believe, that was shared with us earlier, and Dr. Lewis, maybe you can help, but I think it was like 494 new applications. The majority of those are other school districts, not our own. And maybe only 15 to 20 have shown interest in our own district. I think that's what Anna shared earlier. And so really the interest has been outside of our district, not so much our own kids. And that may be because we haven't necessarily decided which direction. That's part of your discussion later tonight. And so we may see a change in that of our own students after we decide how we're going to reopen schools ourselves. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah.
Pardon? Yeah. That doesn't mean that all the applications will be accepted. There is some criteria that they evaluate, and there has to be some things that they have to make sure they can fulfill for the virtual school to accept them. They don't just accept them just because they applied.
Okay.
Is my understanding. Yeah.
So this may be a question for now. It may be a question for later. So you can either answer it or you can defer it, because you can defer it to Zach, and that would be fine. So as you talk through that process of if we go virtual and counting, can you, if you know, would it be possible for us to look at whatever the LVS model is and apply it? I mean, is their model successful in getting an accurate count of minutes? Does their model have holes in it that would, I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot or throw anybody under the bus. I'm just curious.
It has as many challenges as what we're talking about with remote learning. I know that the software they use captures the online minutes pretty well, but it's a download dump, because I had to help with this last year. It's just a download dump of those minutes with every single kiddo. We total them up, and if they've got a day on both ends of the spectrum of 360 online minutes, we don't have to get the academic remote, the log for offline minutes. But if they don't have 2 days that equal 360, and they should, then we have to reach out to, and we reached out to almost 800 families, 800 kiddos of all the kids. So really the majority of them, at least one day, we had to pick up offline minutes, and they have to go back and fill in those logs for those minutes so that we can get the full amount. It's really critical with virtual because it's 5,000 full-time, but if I'm 0.9, I get 0.9 times 1,700. If I'm 0.9 in the remote on-site circumstance, I get 0.9 of the 4569. I don't get 0.9 of a smaller number. So it's really different in how those validations and those minutes financially can impact us, if that makes sense. I don't know if I really answered your question. It's challenging with that, and we know it's going to be challenging with the remote. We've been circling around trying to figure out what's the best way to do that remote log and to get the minutes. So that's an ongoing discussion that we've been having. But that's the expectation from the state because they want accountability, they want to make sure there's equitable learning, and they want to make sure that all of that is in place.
Kathy, this is Shannon. I have
Yes.
another question about the virtual school. Estimate, and you said 1,500 students is how much you've plugged into the formula at this point?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so what happens if that increases appreciably? I guess, let me put that another way. What happens if our virtual school enrollment exceeds 1,500 students?
We've determined to cap it. And the reason for that is if I need to make it higher, I have to do it tonight before you publish. I can't change it after this.
You can go to hearing and drop it, but you can't go higher. So we talked about that today, and we bannered a number around and settled on 1,500, feeling like that's probably where we would need to cap it, just capacity-wise and just in that. So, I don't know, Dr. Lewis.
What was our enrollment last year in the virtual school?
888 head count. So we're going from 888 full-time head count to 1,500 in our budget. So it's quite a bit of a jump, but as we mentioned, we do have a lot of interest in the virtual school that they're vetting right now. But they're not our kids. A lot of them are from out of district.
So I think this is a budget question, but it might also be a question. These two topics are kind of bleeding into each other a little bit, but the staffing implication for that, the FTE for the virtual school, how will we account for that?
Their ratio is different. It's a lot more students per staff.
Okay.
If they get the funds support that staff cost as well as the materials that every student has to buy. So that virtual money will go to virtual. And if the kids don't happen and we don't have the costs and we don't also have the money. So they pretty much are in that break-even world anyway. And so if they get those kids and need the staff, that's what those dollars will help support.
Okay.
But their ratio is a much higher ratio than our brick and mortar or what we've talked about not really changing as remote learning might look. So
Okay, that's helpful.
is that okay? So the next, my microphone goes in and out. The next piece besides the general fund legal max that's really very formula driven is our local option budget. But it's not 33% of the number at the bottom of the page here. They actually require us to take this weighted FTE, take out the special education FTE. We get to then take it times a different base state aid per pupil. We add the dollars from the special education, and we get this adjusted general fund that your 33% is based on. And so that number, no matter what I do to virtual, will not change because it's pulled out. And that is because that fund is a mill levy fund, for one, so it would really make your mill levy go wonky if you were doing something with it that didn't actually occur. And we used to have it in there, which means we made 33% on top of that enrollment, and that went away when they did the post-legislative audit for virtual. So that's not there anymore. So when you look at then your local option budget, we have the maximum for perpetuity. We did that at the opportunity that we were able to. And that times that base data gives us that 25,654, 295. So those are your two main really operating parts of your budget. The next parts of your budget are really what we call the special revenue funds. And a lot of these funds are actually funded from those two formula funds that we just talked through. These are typically budgeted high in case there's fee money or something that might come in that can allow us to spend authority. And they're very specific to pretty much the title that you see them called. So adult supplemental, bilingual, virtual education, driver's training. So any of those expenditures for any of those type programs have to be shown in those special revenue funds. And so you'll see gifts and grants, federal funds, and then we do have some non-budgeted funds that we do have to incorporate into the budget document, and you'll see that on the Code 99 form. The other funds are our mill-levied funds, and our mill-levied funds are really funded based on that legal max or need for expected expenditures. So, and those mill levies are based on assessed valuation. So what this screen is sharing with you is kind of a history of what Douglas County, well, actually, we have 3 counties in our school district. So Douglas, Jefferson, and Leavenworth. We have some places that actually go into those other counties. This is the combination of those valuations and the estimate that we're using within the budget document for 2021. General fund is a different valuation than the other funds, and that's because there's that $20,000 home exemption on your general fund, and then the 20 mils is applied. Whereas the other funds, it's straight from $0 of your home assessed value. And so it's about a 2.62% increase is what we're seeing. As a result, the mill levies then, we have to set a mill levy that all of the revenues we receive from January to June, which is about 90 to 94% of the levy distribution, covers basically 100% of our expenditures with just a little bit of in-process money coming in from 2021, which from the 1920 mill levy. So basically what we're setting as a mill levy, we won't get any money off of it till January through June. That's where the bulk of that money comes, and it's about 90% to 94% of the mill levy. And then the in-process money that we get from July to January is just that little bit of difference, the 6 to 10%, and it's actually off of last year's mill levy. And that's just because we're on a fiscal year, and mill levy distributions and taxes are on a calendar year. And so we actually have that occur. If you remember that I mentioned our cash balance and supplemental general went down slightly, part of that is the delay of some people paying their taxes in that May 10th, and so we didn't quite get as much in June as we hoped or would have planned for. That cash balance, though, is what carries over and then adjusts the mill levy in the next year. If it's a lower number, you have the budget legal, the $25 million that came in through the formula. We get our state aid, well, taxes have to fill the difference. And so whatever mill levy is set is going to raise the taxes that fill the rest of that bucket. So we're not going to raise it any more than we need to, but it is going to be a little bit higher than last year's mill levy in order to fill that bucket for the loss of what would have been that carryover in process cash balance coming forward. Does that make sense? The rest we've been able to maintain pretty much down the road, the bond and interest. So slight increase of a mill levy of 0.497 of a mill. It will potentially be slightly less than that even, as you see when we've gotten final certification and published aid, our capital has been slightly less. So it's going to run around that, but it's not up to the 18-19 level, and it's just slightly above the 1920 level. So pretty flat. We were able to navigate that pretty cleanly, but it has a little bit to do. We did build in a 3.5% delinquency. We're really hoping through COVID we don't see delinquency really increase in our county. I think we've been fortunate. Fortunately, bank escrows tend to take that out and people don't have to pay personally, but we potentially could see that. And if we do, and we do lose some tax revenues, we may not be able to realize the full potential of our LOB if those resources are not there. So that's something. All that kind of makes sense? Yes? Okay.
Hey, Kathy.
Yes.
Just a second question that I had, just going back to the enrollment question. I realize I know what your answer is going to be, but I'm going to ask anyway. Has there been any talk, just because of the different changes and modifications and stuff that they've made, about changing the enrollment count date for this coming school year not to be in September?
No, and I'm not so sure there's not something in statute around that date, and thus that would probably take something else to get it changed. And that's why the waiver was so critical for the spring and the minutes, because that is also, I think, in statutes. So no, there's not been any discussion. The biggest discussion is about how to account for those minutes if it's all remote, and the solution is what's been described. So yeah, because also we don't know, maybe spring will look just like fall and then we are back in the same pickle we were. So when you look at Code 99, you're going to see it's basically on page 2 and it's on line 110. The numbers that you'll look at is budget less transfers or actual less transfers. And that number looks like a really big number of an increase in budget, but that's not realized budget. That's just published authority. If you recall, we had the big change in virtual, and you can see that from actual to published, it's that much of an increase. But we won't realize that if the kids aren't there. We always publish capital outlay as high as in order to take in any reimbursements, any of those kinds of things. If those revenues aren't there, we aren't spending it. But you can see the kind of the main funds that always make up that big difference, but isn't really what we're going to realize as a difference. And then your general fund and your transfers kind of come in. And so it's going to look like this kind of a change, but you have to remember some of those higher publications are just that. They're just authority, but not necessarily something we're going to realize and have the ability to spend. So just as a quick reminder, you're going to do the budget approved for publication. It's going to set the hearing. It's going to set those maximums, mill levy and budget authorities. The 10th, we'll have the hearing and then the budget approval, and we'll certify with the state and the county. There is attached to your agenda probably a clearer picture of it than in my PowerPoint, but this is your Code 99 that is published in the newspaper. And I got to put my glasses on to see it. You'll be able to see on that kind of line 110, what I talked about last year was 162, 584, 273, and the 178 that we just talked about on the previous page. If you go back a year, though, you'll see 159, 338, and then actual from last year was 162. That's more than likely what you're going to see as the change when it's all said and done, but this is just how it has to be published. Again, you can go lower, but you can't go higher than this, and so we publish at that highest kind of amount. So if you approve this, your motion is kind of here on the left. It'll set the hearing, and it'll set the mill levies, and then we'll publish it in the paper and come back on the 10th and get a final approval. So open to questions, anything I missed, something more you want to know about?
Questions? Shannon, do you have questions?
No, if nobody else does, I can make the motion.
I just have a quick one. If we get and I think it's related, if we get a mid-year budget cut, how does that, I know that's a hard thing to address right now, but how does that, I guess it's a structural question, a technical question. What happens with, at that point, do we just then make budgetary decisions then, and we sort of work backwards into what we have here, correct?
So what's published here, we'll know at September 20 kind of what those weightings might be, what virtual will turn out to be. So we'll know what of this is published and what is closer to real. If in December, which is typically when we've had a mid-year cut, comes, what you've already committed in contracts, you're not going to be able to get out of a lot of them. Pay contracts, the hourly are at will. So it just depends on the level of the cut. If you end up seeing a $2 million cut, you're going to see some devastating changes. If it's 100,000, then it's a navigation of some of those things that you can do without or put off or things like that. So it really is going to be dependent upon what that, how catastrophic that cut is to the circumstances.
I'm primarily asking because this looks very similar to previous years, and I am anticipating that there will be something that happens in December that we might have to respond to based on what folks in Topeka are telling us.
Right.
So as we move forward then through the year, when would you anticipate? I understand that in December we would know, but in terms of like how you take the pulse of where things are coming down from Topeka, when would we start to be making administrative preparation and changes for what we think might be an estimate?
It depends on what's coming from Topeka. If we're hearing from the State Department of Ed or from the governor's office that the allotments or the allocations of cutting are going to happen and that she's going to have to go to K-12 education, we'll be scrambling to try to figure out what would that look like or anticipate. The State Department of Ed is usually pretty good about running some samples of what that might mean as a loss so that we can navigate that. Until something like that occurs, the word really has been budget and plan with what's in the law, and so that's kind of what we've had to do. And part of the reason I didn't want to have to get into that $1.1 million of contingency, it's not very big because we'd like to get it back up, but those are the kinds of things that we're going to have to rely on, or like I said, make some cuts in areas that they won't be pleasant, because we've had to kind of do this a little bit and chip away, and at some point you can only chip so far. So it's unfortunate, and who would have thought we'd have had a pandemic and had to navigate our way through that. So all unknown territory.
Okay, thank you. I was just thinking about it comparative and how we prepare, but it sounds like a lot of the preparation will come when we are at that door, because we're already running on such a tight budget that, and had already made commitments in May that would make it really challenging us for us to walk anything back right now, correct?
It would be. We're really looking at vacancies. Are we hiring or not? Till we know how we need to navigate back to school and what that looks like and where placements are going to go and all those things you're going to learn a little bit more about later. Like food service, she's not tried to fill those vacancies because she doesn't know where or what she'll be needing until some of that pans out. So where we can, we just won't commit till we know we need the commitment, and that will help help a little bit in the fact that we haven't already got something being paid out.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we do have is there additional comment from you, Dr.? Okay, we have a recommendation for a motion. Can I get a motion on the budget?
I think Shannon wanted to do it.
Shannon?
I'll make it. It just flipped off my screen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, and now I'm logged out of Word Docs. Well, if somebody else has it ready, go ahead.
Anybody else have it pulled up? Yeah. I can make a motion. Okay.
This is Carol. I move the Board of Education approve for publication the maximum budgets and mill levies for the 2020-21 school year as noted on the state budget form, Code 99.
That's it. You got to read all of it. You have to read the entire thing.
Okay. And set the budget hearing for Monday, August 10th, 2020 at 6 p.m. at ESC 110 McDonald Drive.
You get a second?
This is Melissa, second. One of us.
Jones?
Yes.
Hill?
Yes.
Kadu Blackwood?
Yes.
Gordon Ross?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Kimball?
Yes.
Smith? Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to move on to the Together Again Reopening 2020 update. And we are inviting Patrick Kelly to start. And I think Dr. Stubblefield will be joining later.
Yes, and as Patrick gets
After.
Patrick gets set up, we're excited to present to the board another, and again, community, another update. This is a difficult time, public education, difficult decisions. And typically in leadership, when you make decisions, there's a small percentage that won't agree with you, and that's okay. This decision, probably about close to half, will not be pleased with a decision. There's a lot of competing values, and it's a complex issue, but I want to assure the board and the community that we are taking a compassionate approach, scientific approach to this problem. We're not rushing into decisions. We hear our teachers, we hear our other staff, those that are not comfortable returning to the buildings, those that are comfortable returning to the buildings. We do have teachers and staff on our task force. As you know, LEA continues to survey teachers to gain insights on their level of comfort returning to buildings. And I've said this before, the well-being of our staff and students remain our top priority. There is simply no compromising the health and safety of our children or our workforce. And I want to echo what our board member shared earlier. I do appreciate the emails, the direct messages on social media, the calls about our plans for reopening. Those that were, voicing their concerns around, schools need to reopen and schools need to not open until it's safe. We definitely want our students to return to a model of education, one that's been proven to be effective over the years, and that's in front of our caring and committed and highly effective teachers. But schools must reopen safely. And so, to be clear, our plans will be contingent upon the level of community spread in Douglas County, and these decisions will be made with science and data in mind. So with that, I will turn it over to Patrick Kelly.
And Patrick, just before you start, I wanted to let people know, I know there's a lot of folks that have public comments that they want to provide on this particular topic. I wanted to give you an opportunity to explain where the district is at, and then we will take all public comment after the presentation, and will not make any motions until we've heard from everybody.
Great. Shannon, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. Thank you, Shannon. My name is Patrick Kelly. I'm the Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction. And this is going to be a whole team of us presenting here because it's really been a whole team of work coming to you each week. And so we'll just we have people online, we have people here face to face, socially distanced. But we thought we'd start with we thought we'd start with a quote. We understand that these are really challenging times with a lot of conflicting values out there. Thinking of it maybe as an opportunity. Next, I'm going to share with you a timeline of what's happened since we met with you last, which has been quite a bit, really. As you know, we met with you 2 weeks ago, and that Wednesday, July 15th, Governor Kelly announced her intention to issue an executive order to delay school opening until Labor Day. The next day, the Kansas Board of Education approved the Navigating Change Guidance. That's the first finalized guidance we got from KSDE. We had seen drafts, but that was the first actual guidance that we had. Our remote learning options classified staff and certified staff surveys closed on the July 17th date, and then on July 20th, Governor Kelly issued her executive order. Before the 20th, we didn't know what was going to be in that order, so we had to wait to respond to what was in that. So did the Kansas Board of Education, who did not affirm the executive order 2 days later. And on July 23rd, we met with Lawrence Douglas County Public Health to finalize some health and safety guidelines. That all happened since we saw you last. And so now we want to share with you another update. One is our continued sharing of our plan. We shared some elements of our plan with you 2 weeks ago when we talked about health and safety, and we went through those many categories, and you were kind enough to listen and ask great questions. You asked us to develop an in-person, hybrid, and distance learning model, and we've done that. We're also going to talk a little bit about staffing and budget implications. We talk about unified command and Lawrence Douglas County Public Health guidance, and then make a calendar recommendation based on Governor Kelly's recommendation. So we'll start by talking about some reopening plans. We're developing 3 very detailed plans. One plan is about early childhood and elementary, another is about middle school, and another is about high school. And will include 3 different models, as you've asked us to: in-person, hybrid, and distance learning. We understand there's a lot of confusion about, is it remote, is it in person? And so we're asking our staff to really work with these 3 words: in-person, hybrid, which would be both remote learning and classroom learning, and then distance learning, which would be 100% online. The guidance that we're working on has 64 different topics, and in your board packet, you received a table of contents that shows all of those. If you have other things that you'd like us to address, if there are headings there that you're saying, what are you doing about this? We invite that feedback because we want to make sure you have the answers to it. Lawrence is a bit unique compared to other communities. When we talked to KSDE as they developed their navigating change guidance, they said, get a group of administrators around the table and start working on a plan. We believe that that's not the best solution for Lawrence. We wanted to involve many teachers. We wanted to hear from parents. We needed to hear from you. We needed to hear from community organizations. It takes a little bit more time in Lawrence, and that's a good thing, but it does, I think, sometimes cause some frustration with where's our plan? Why is it not out yet? We have worked with national, state, and local health and safety guidelines, including Unified Command, which we'll talk a little bit about more. We've worked with our task forces and working groups. We've looked at reopening plans for other districts, not just around us. We have certainly looked at those, but also nationally. We've looked at Miami-Dade County. We've looked at schools in California. We're trying to get lots of information as we try to present you with a very detailed plan. And of course, the Navigating Change document that came out a week and a half ago have all inspired that plan. Now, Darcy Kraus is going to join us and talk a little bit about the hybrid schedule. I think for a lot of folks, we understand in person and we understand full-time distance learning, but we wanted to give you some more specifics about hybrid schedules. So I'll ask Darcy to join us.
Good evening. Tonight, Rick and I have the opportunity to share an overview of the hybrid model. As he and I have continued to work with our respective work groups, we have explored various options. And a primary focus of this work has definitely been on building out the many facets of the hybrid model. As a district, it has been decided that if we employ the hybrid model, we will follow an A-B pattern of attendance district-wide. This means that 50% of our students will be in person on a rotating basis, with Wednesday being completely remote for all students. This will allow for safer social distancing both in classrooms and throughout the school, especially during times of transition. We are focused on minimizing elementary student transitions and cross-groupings to mitigate exposure whenever possible. As mentioned previously, and in concert with the accountability and rigor directives outlined by the state, on remote days, parents and/or guardians will be responsible for maintaining learning logs for their students, indicating that participation in 360 minutes per day of instructional activities. As work groups, we will continue to puzzle together those additional facets of the hybrid model as we are challenged to meet the needs of both our students and our staff. Rick is going to go into a little bit more detail, and I will turn it over to him.
Rick. Good evening. There you go. Good evening. Good evening. This is Rick Henry, Director of Secondary Schools. Like our pre-K through fifth grade colleagues, secondary task forces have discussed and problem solved the hybrid model a great deal. In an effort to align a hybrid model district-wide, secondary schools are also working with an AB hybrid schedule. More specifically, one group, approximately 50% of a building's students, would attend in-person classes Monday and Thursday. For these students, Tuesday and Friday would be remote learning days. A second group of approximately 50% of a building's students would attend in-person classes Tuesday and Friday. Monday and Thursday would be remote learning days for this group of students. All students would attend remotely on Wednesdays, and students would attend blocked classes to reduce transitions, thus reducing exposure as much as possible. A couple of other notable characteristics of this schedule would be, first, the virtual Wednesday would provide additional time to sanitize schools. Also, as Kathy Johnson and Darcy Krause said before me, for gauging student engagement and accountability, as well as for funding purposes, anytime a student is not in person, a daily log must be completed. And this last point is not necessarily related to the hybrid schedule, but is in response to a lot of questions that we've received. If the Kansas State High School Activities Association determines that athletics and activities will take place, students participating in a hybrid or 100% distance learning model through their home schools will be eligible to participate in CASHA-sanctioned athletics and activities. Students who attend a virtual school 100% of the time will not be eligible to participate in CASHA athletics or activities. That is the information on a hybrid option that I have to share with you tonight. If we move forward with this plan, we'll continue to refine it, and we look forward to sharing details with you at your next meeting. Thank you, Rick. Now I'll invite Dr. Stubblefield up to talk about some of the staffing and budget implications.
Good evening. Anna Stubblefield. I'm just going to clarify something about the virtual ruling from CASHA. That's been that way since virtual schools have been in existence. They just didn't change it. So if people are confused about that, the virtual component is, they're just keeping it the same. So as you'll see a calendar come forth, Kathy did spend some time just talking to you about the impact of being 100% distance learning and how that can impact funding. We're not sharing this to discourage us from doing what is prioritizing the safety and health of all of our students and staff. We just need to make informed decisions so we can know where to pivot or reduce the budget in order to cover the cost. One of the things that we're going to present a calendar proposing that we start school after Labor Day, and delaying school to after Labor Day will cost us about $100,000 if we were going to pay all of the food service employees that would have typically been returning to work somewhere around August 13th and 14th. Between the revenue and the loss of revenue and the labor cost and those things for those who would have potentially been employed. And these are estimates Paula just gave based off trends and her calculations from last year, but it's about $100,000. It was originally about $125,000, but because we can serve lunch through August 31st, that reduces it about $25,000. This would continue to have a negative impact on the food service revenue anytime that we're in 100% distance learning, we could still provide lunch to our scholars, but just based off our experience from the spring, we know that we would be operating in the negative. And just depending on how many days it is, it will continue to accumulate. So one of the things, the board would have a couple options there for us to make some different budget decisions in order to make sure that that employee group continue to get paid. Or if we know, for example, we're not starting school until after Labor Day, we could choose to furlough those individuals so that they can collect unemployment during that time. And then depending on what situation we're in, you would just have to make a decision around that. Kathy, if I say anything wrong, or Dave, just tell me. A second just budget implication is during the spring, we provided a $50 stipend to all of our employees who were remoting from their home to ensure that they had internet that would support them teaching students. If we were to continue in that model and provide the $50 per month, and we looked at certified staff and it's spread out over 12 months, just for our teaching group certified staff, and this is not counting others who would be remoting, like paras and others, it would cost approximately $600,000. So when we look at that and we looked at other districts, one way to mitigate that cost is if we're in a remote model, instead of saying remote from home, if access to stable, secure internet is not provided at home, we're not in phase one where we have to stay at home, we would say the staff would need to remote from their work site in order to mitigate that cost. That would be our recommendation, but we also, again, would want to prioritize the safety and health of our staff. And we could definitely, if it's staff in the building, ensure social distancing and those kind of things because our buildings are large. But that's just but if a decision is allowed to do the opposite, we probably would, we would need to supplement. And it, just for certified staff, when we look at about 1,000 at $50 a month over 12 months, it's about $600,000. Another component, if we are, and I recognize we're going to be in a distance, 100% distance learning for a variety of times during the school year. During this time, there is an act that was passed called the Family First Coronavirus Response Act. And so that means any employee who have children that are in school qualify for up to 12 weeks of leave at 2/3 of their regular pay. And that is if we're in a hybrid remote, the days that their students are not physically in the building, those count as schools being closed. And anytime we're in 100% distance learning, that would be every day. So any of our employees, classified, certified, administration, who have school-age children, who felt like they need to prioritize supervising their children to do the logs, would qualify for this at 2/3 of their regular pay. There was not, at this point, any money tied to this act. And so as a district, we would have to figure out how to make sure that, depending on what the employee's position is, that it's not causing the students not to be able to engage. So for example, if it's in a teacher and we have to hire a sub, we'll have the cost of the sub and the cost of providing 2/3 of their pay, which typically, if we're getting a sub, it's paying a teacher a part of that salary as a part of their leave. It's not deducted from their regular leave. It is 12 weeks, and it's specifically for employees who would otherwise qualify for the regular FMLA laws. So I don't know how many employees that we may have that fall into that category, but we could potentially have several. We don't know what the cost would potentially be, nor do we know how many of our employees, when we're in a hybrid or 100% distance, would choose to do this. Now, we do have the opportunity to try to figure out how to balance it so the employee could continue their duties, but you are really trying to balance that for what works with families and providing structure so that we can make sure that we're logging and keep capturing the 360 minutes. So those are just some of the big budget items that jumped out at us and we are aware of, and we just need to be cognizant of as we are in the different situations, because there may be some things, and there is CARES Act money, there is Douglas, the Douglas County money, but remember that's for all of Douglas County, not just Lawrence Public Schools, and it may offset some of this cost, but we don't believe it would offset all of that cost. So we just have to be mindful of that as we make decisions around that. Any questions for me before we move to the next portion?
Shannon?
So, just because you didn't give me a chance to pause, I have a question almost for Rick, but I'll let you answer it.
Okay.
So with the middle school, high school model, when you were talking about hybrid with the AB schedule, so I have a question about why the decision to put kids in groups that do Monday, Thursday, Tuesday, Friday, and a deep cleaning on Wednesday. If you're going to have 2 different cohorts come into the building back to back and then deep clean, why not run them Monday, Tuesday, and then deep clean, and then run them Thursday, Friday?
We did talk about that. So a deep clean and a deep clean typically takes about 2 weeks. So we're, for what our custodians typically do. So that's why we were trying to stay away from deep cleaning and saying sanitizing.
Fair
If
enough.
you did that, students would go 5 days without any contact with the teacher that's in the brick and mortar. So the teachers on the task force and others weighed in on that, and it was for continuity and engagement. That's why that was decided, because we felt like we could in between clean and you also, when you think about it, it would be probably, when we think about some of our families who are going to opt for 100% distance learning, it will probably be less than 50% that are actually in the brick and mortar when we're in the hybrid remote model. So you still could make sure that students are not necessarily sitting in the same spots, because you would have half of the kids in the room. So my seat could be my seat on my day, and Melissa's seat could be her seat. So some of those precautions we have talked about, but haven't worked through all the details. But that was why, because if you were a Monday, Tuesday student, you would go Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, come back Monday, Tuesday. And if you were Thursday, Friday, you would go the weekend until the next Thursday. And so that's kind of where it fell when we looked at it. Well, yeah, when they looked at it, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, serving sort of as MC here, I'm going to ask Dr. Lewis to talk a little bit about unified command education.
Thank you, Patrick. And feeding students too was another reason. GR, we talked about that. But we will send home food with the students. If you recall, Douglas County engaged the entire community at the onset of this pandemic. Multiple agencies came together for a health unified command. Lawrence Douglas County Health Department was getting some of the same healthy and safety questions from about reopening from colleges, public and private schools in the county. And so instead of answering them each individually, the Unified Command enables us to collectively share what information is needed from public health officials and for them to respond with one consistent answer that impacts all agencies. And that's another thing that's unique about, I will say, Douglas County, is I think we're the only county in the state with an Education Unified Command. And so what basically an Education Unified Command consists of, and I'll share with you who all is involved in that, but for each entity, and I've talked about this before, that schools can't do it alone. And when I first came here, I would note that governmental entities always, well, for the most part, will work in silos, but I think this really speaks to the entire county really coming together in a structure that brings together each individual or individuals from these entities to be involved in some kind of incident in order to coordinate efficiency in terms of responses. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see who's involved in that. I won't read all of those to you. But in addition to the Douglas County Health Department, or as a part of the Douglas County Health Department, our County Health Officer, Dr. Thomas Marcelino, is involved in Unified Command. LMH infectious disease physicians are a part of Unified Command, and thanks to Board Member Erica Hill, as a district, we were already making contact with LMH infectious disease physicians to have them take a look at our plan. For KU, not only is the chancellor involved in this, but also KU's pandemic medical advisory team is also a part of Unified Command, along with all the school districts, the USDs in Douglas County, public schools, other public schools, private schools, and early childhood centers are indeed a part of Unified Command. The mission statement just simply states that the purpose of this is to provide a unified and coordinated reopening strategy among education institutions that protect students, staff, and faculty, along with reducing community impacts and minimizing disease spread. So Unified Command came up with several objectives that are listed there on the screen. A couple of those, we want to ensure consistent and timely public information and develop a shared community understanding. We heard this in our survey from our parents around childcare, and so one of the objectives is to provide a critical workforce to include childcare and ensure continuity of operations. And so while there are some things that we can do as it relates to childcare, just think about the power of an entire county coming together to meet the needs of families in Douglas County. Create a uniform minimum set of reopening standards, including PPE, talking about ways that we can ensure that there's appropriate PPE at all sites, and sanitation and other safety consideration. You go to the next one. Establishing unified testing capabilities, so talking about where's that one central location that staff or students could go for potential testing. Establish common protocols, whenever there is an outbreak, what is the county's response? What is everyone's response in this? And so mapping out a common protocol for everyone to, each educational institution to use. And then lastly, develop plans and secure resources to effectively execute uniform minimum standards.
Any questions for Dr. Lewis about Unified Command? Okay, moving on to the next section, and Anna and I might do some of this together, but some of our board members asked us, we're seeing plans come from other counties, and how are those counties impacted by the pandemic, and why maybe have they made the decision that they've made? So we're in meeting with Lawrence Douglas County Public Health. We asked for some data to help us sort of articulate why maybe. We don't really know, but you can see the number of cases here and the number of deaths by each of the counties that have high numbers surrounding us.
Can I make a comment about that particular slide? I think we do have some context about why some of the different counties have different numbers. We see disparities in health outcomes as an example. Also, some of those areas have more have more mass in terms of population comparative to Douglas County. And the other thing that I think is important to point out about this particular slide that is important for the community to understand when they're looking at it is the component of exponential growth for this disease. So when you see this number and you think, oh, it's okay, no problem, Douglas County has 552 cases, that's fine. That's one way to look at it. Another way to look at it is to begin to ask yourselves, if you have two people who have tested positive for COVID, what happens when those people interact with others? So we're talking about how quickly does that link from one person who's positive to another become an issue, particularly when you have a building that has, even at 50% capacity, you know, the emails that we're getting pointing out eloquently that you're still talking about potentially 600 people or 200 people in some of our larger elementary schools. So I just think it's important to acknowledge that, because I think really, I just want to, just thinking about the communication we've gotten from the public, I want to say that I know what these numbers mean and what they could mean. Yeah.
Yeah, I think my comment was we don't know if these numbers influence their plans.
Yeah.
Yeah. just to
But
be clear.
definitely want to make that, I
Yeah.
could hear it, the feedback, and I just wanted to make that distinction.
Yeah.
These are not updated numbers, right? As of today, like there are 608.
Yeah, I pulled these numbers off, I believe, the KDHE website Friday. So,
Okay.
you know, I mean, that's one of the things I will admit, getting these numbers is tricky, and they change, and sometimes will change during the day. So, you know, I think that's a
actually the
challenging
point. I mean, that's really the challenge with this virus period. So to say, for Erica to say, I don't think those numbers are current, on Friday they were 552 and today they're 6 something or another. It just want to acknowledge to a community that's feeling anxiety over this pandemic that it's real, it's valid, and we hear it and we see it in the numbers, even when you're looking at it comparative to other counties around us.
Also too, just to point out that that's the total number of cases since March.
Mhm.
Last time I looked, we had about 142 active cases.
Mhm.
So those two numbers also compare.
112
112.
as of today at 2
Yeah.
o'clock.
So that number's still going down too.
Fluctuates, yeah.
So another thing that the health department told us we should probably share with you all is KSDE has reopening metrics, and one of these metrics is the daily rate of new case per 100,000, and you can see how other counties compare to Douglas County. That was something that was shared, and I believe Dr. Watson suggested that number to look at as well. Again, these numbers move, and sometimes even we question some of the numbers that were on there as what does that mean? We question some of the numbers that were on there. But it's just getting that overall picture. We just wanted to share some data with you that was given to us by the health department.
So Patrick, this is Shannon. Can you flip back to that last slide, please?
Am I on the right one?
Yeah, the one with the bar graph. So this one really troubles me because it's based on data from July 19th that showed that we had only one case that day. And you know, I looked at the daily update from last Friday, and we had 27 new cases between Thursday and Friday. So I'm really questioning how this comparative data is useful for us. And I don't want the impression to be given that this snapshot on July 19th is representative of what's happening today or what happened even at the end of last week. So, and you mentioned that Dr. Watson encouraged that this data be shared with boards, but I guess I need a little help in understanding why this particular graph is useful.
Yeah, we're just sharing with you some of the data that when we met with Douglas County Public Health, they said, here's some information you might want to share with the board. I think that would be fair.
And he shared that, Shannon, with all superintendents. That's part of the understanding of the KDH website and saying these are the numbers. When we say these decisions should be based on science and data, this is a source, a resource. There's one piece of data. Of course, we can't make a final decision on one chart, but this is the type of data that you need to be having conversations with the community about as you talk about reopening.
And Shannon, I was just going to say, I think pointing out it is
On July 19th, and again, the information we're sharing is that it's information, is not us trying to justify any particular stance. Is really information so that we can make informed decisions, and we recognize that the pandemic is real, this virus is real, and we just were encouraged to share the data. So I just want everyone to understand that this is not a position or us trying to sway any decision in any way.
Thank you for making that clarification, because I was a little concerned that that's the way that it might be interpreted, so I appreciate it.
And even the way Douglas County is monitoring the spread of the disease and the medical surge is different than other counties. This was something we learned. We asked, how do we get comparisons to other counties? And what we learned was there is not consistency between counties about how they're monitoring the pandemic. And that's challenging to us. I think it's challenging to you to make decisions because you're trying to get, well, how is this county's plan different than this county's plan? These 5 elements, you can go read them. They're on the Douglas County Community Scorecard when it comes to COVID-19. And it's what our health department is using to determine when we should go to the next phase. We asked them if they could provide this data for other counties, and the answer was no, we cannot. In many other counties, they're not tracking the same data. They're tracking different data. And so they did share 2 items that they thought maybe were close, and it's still not perfect, but that would be the number hospitalized. And as you can see, some counties are tracking cumulative numbers and some are doing current numbers. And then the positivity rate of the tests that they have, how many tests are coming back positive. So like Anna said, we're just sharing this data with you because you asked for, some of the board members responded and said, we'd really like some information about what is happening in other counties as we see these new plans come out.
Thank you.
So when Dr. Lewis and I met with representatives from Douglas County Health, we talked about what would be the guidance given our current situation, or the current phase we're in, if they were going to suggest what we should do. So I think Unified Command will come out with something like this eventually, like phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. And currently we're in phase 3. And based off our numbers, if we were to start school tomorrow, if we were still in phase 3 and we had all the proper things in place, they would say that we could start in a hybrid or distance learning option. We also discussed that we have 2 unique things to Lawrence. Well, 1 unique thing and then the holiday, that by the time that we start school, if the September date would be 1, we'll have several thousand students coming from all across the world to Lawrence. And knowing that they're all going to be tested and knowing that they're going to be positive cases, our numbers at that time will more than likely look very, very different than they do right now. So, and then you have the Labor Day holiday where lots of people typically travel or go see family members. And so you have those things right there together before the date that we're choosing to start school. So we were starting school today or tomorrow, hybrid may be okay. Knowing all of those things are happening, hybrid probably would not be okay. So how do you determine from that, make a decision about September 8th with this kind of guidance? So I just wanted to share that if any of those phases, I don't see us in phase 4. This is my opinion now. This is not Douglas County Informed. I don't see us in phase 4. So I think what we would be talking about is whether we were to start in a hybrid or distance with the uniqueness of KU opening its campus. And knowing that probably next weekend, we're going to start to get an influx of students and others from across the world.
Yeah, as we talk about professional development, we don't say we're mostly going to do one, or we've got to prepare for all 3 because we may go to any different model depending on where those numbers may be. I think that's something critical to think about.
One more thing before we jump to calendar. I got the question around, so the food service cost, why is it not an issue for Topeka or KCK? they are universal free lunch. So the revenue component is not a factor for, I shouldn't say isn't a fact, it's very different. And that shouldn't dissuade us from doing 100% distance. That's just something that is very different in those two school districts than Lawrence. Yeah.
So you asked us last time we were here to consider a different calendar. I'm going to ask JC and Jill, who are on our calendar committee, to join us. JC's our principal at Woodlawn, and Jill is a teacher. Jill, remind me where you're. Early childhood, yes, at Kennedy. Thank you, Jill, appreciate that. And they're going to talk to you a little bit about the recommended calendar that was in your board packet.
I just want to remind the public that our board did, as you just said, ask us to look at a calendar before the governor came out with her executive order. We're getting governor's calendar. We were going to look at that in the direction of our board prior to the order.
Thank you, Patrick. First, I want to thank and Dr. Stubblefield and Jill being a part of this committee, and also for the calendar committee, as we had to pivot quite often in the last couple weeks trying to navigate this calendar. So I just want to shout out to them. They did a great job, and I wanted to thank them. So as you know, we revised the school calendar to have a September start date. Just some key elements on the revised school calendar that we wanted to share with you today. One of the big ones was that we wanted to make sure we had enough time for PD to prepare the room for modifications we may need, engagement of remote learning, some PLC time to work with our teams, etc. So this calendar does provide quite a bit of more opportunities for that. It also shifts or adds virtual parent conferences from the week of August 31st to September 3rd. That will give our teachers and our staff an opportunity to connect with families, whether that be in the distance learning model, or telling them what the safety measures are coming into the building, or the distance learning model where they will be setting them up for success in the weeks ahead. We did move all the PD from the previous calendar to the beginning of this calendar to accommodate those PD needs. The staff will have time to acclimate back to the classroom. So that first week staff is back, we put half days in there just to allow staff to take a breather, to acclimate back to the setting, because we know this is a very stressful time. One pretty big change is that the full day of school for elementary, well, for everyone, at the start and the end of the year will be a full day, as opposed to half days as it was in the past. We had to do that to meet student hours. The student contact days are reduced, but by shifting some of that PD around and adding in those full days, we do still meet the hour requirement. Really good news is that our paraeducators and classified staff will still be starting on August 14th. So they'll be a part of the conversations, a part of the planning process, and they will get that first paycheck like they are anticipating, which is an important thing. Fall conferences, we were able to shift the high school calendar just a bit, so they are the same for all students. December 18th, which is that first day before winter break, is now a full day. That was also a half day on the previous calendar. We are coming back one day earlier in January as a student contact day, since we moved that professional development day up to August. We did reduce the inclement weather day from 2 just down to 1 day, thinking there's lots of different ways we can look at the inclement weather days this year. And one keynote too is that the concurrent courses, college courses, and some college and career courses will need to begin with their entity. So even if you adopt this September calendar, those students in those courses will need to start earlier than the rest of them in those courses. One thing to note, the little asterisk at the bottom, if we're brick and mortar, The calendar committee wanted to go ahead and start with 6th and 9th graders on September 8th to allow that time for orientation, get to know yous, and time for tech check-in. If we're all remote or distance learning in the beginning, all students can start on September 8th. So that will add another contact day for high school and middle school as well. Any questions about the changes? I know that was a lot coming at you.
JC, if I can just jump in, this is Patrick. Those concurrent credit courses, those college courses, if you've been paying attention to Johnson County, most of our community colleges are going to be fully online, but they're going to start with the start of the college, and that's why those students need to, we can't push their calendar back. We don't really have the authority to do that, so.
Thank you, Patrick.
Are there questions about the calendar? I have a question. Oh, go ahead, Shannon.
Yes, Jen, I do
have a question. So on the staff version of the calendar that's being presented for approval, it differentiates between PD days that are being held virtually versus PD that's being held in person. My question is, if we decide to go completely virtual for the start of the school year, how or would that or should that impact the calendar for those PD days?
So I can answer that, Jill, unless you want to chime in here. That first day, Shannon, we noted as a virtual day, just to make sure that if we are in that hybrid model, that we are making sure that our teachers have all the safety requirements and principals are able to meet with them in a virtual environment before we enter the building, just to make sure that we're safe when we enter. We're not trying to do those things when we're there. If we are in a virtual model, I would anticipate, this is not my decision necessarily, but I would assume that most or all of that PD would be virtual. But we did want to note, if we are not 100% virtual, we did want to house that time just to make sure that we can have all those safety measures in place.
And Sharon, this is Anna. I will add a point of clarification.
As we talked about the access to secure internet and those things, we know that there would be some staff who needed to do it virtually, but there will be absolutely some staff that would need to be in person. And so like our admin PD today, there were several of us in person and there were some people who were remote in. So I think from my perspective and thinking about that, we know in every situation, we're going to have to be ready to go in both formats because we absolutely know that we have staff that live in rural areas and other areas and don't have access to internet. So we would have to be able to do it in both possible ways. And we're still working out the details to that. Because of the cost, if we're saying it's virtual, 100% virtual, there's costs tied to that if, as we talked about in the budget implications. So depending on if you were to give us direction around that, we would definitely, but we would always be prepared to operate in both situations because we know that there will be staff for health and other reasons that couldn't be there even if we're not 100% virtual.
So I just want to clarify that, I think this is accounted for, but with the contract with the certified staff, this calendar accounts for the number of days they've agreed to provide. It doesn't extend their year at all. They wouldn't be, like if we went to September 2nd, they wouldn't be employed 3 weeks longer than they thought they were going to be. This accounts for that offset, right?
Yeah, this calendar has 186 days. If, so let's say, because we reduced student days, but let's say as a board, you decided you wanted more student contact days and you wanted to go beyond that, either we would have to push the PD back or you would have to pay for the additional days that we were planning for student contact. I will note that in the CARES Act money, because, I mean, prior to this, we have allocated money for 4 weeks of summer instruction, hoping that we're in a different place by the summer next year. So we would be able to offer that next summer, and that's not something we typically have been able to do K-8 and at the high school has been for credit recovery. Yeah.
Okay, great.
So just to clarify, we have met the 100 or 1,116 hours, but we know it is less student contact days. So we have worked really hard to make sure those hours are in there, but it is less contact days.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I was trying to.
That's I meant to ask that question. Thank you.
We're short about, it shortens about 10 days of elementary, which we know is a lot. We have the same, what we have the correct hours in.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification.
Yeah, I thought that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
The other thing is we're going to have to go back to the table because the days have been reduced, so we'll have to work with LEA to reduce them. But even if we wanted to add additional days, that's something we would have to negotiate with LEA. We couldn't just arbitrarily say, yeah, we're going to pay you for 200 days and we expect you to be there.
Okay.
It's a negotiated item. Yeah.
So, okay, that's a really good point. So even if we said we're going to pay for it, we can't just do it. The LEA has to concur that that's the direction we would go. Okay, thank you.
Staff contact days are the same, so that's what Anna's talking about.
Okay.
That would have to be renegotiated, but.
All right, thank
Because
you.
we put all that be at the beginning.
Okay.
So that's, oh,
Go ahead, Shannon. Go ahead, Shannon.
Oh, okay, I thought I heard someone start to speak, I didn't want to interrupt. I have an additional question. So, the governor's executive order that was not adopted, it addressed the school start day, but it also delayed the start of athletic and extracurricular activities until after Labor Day. And so I'm wondering, you know, what we've been asked by many people to do is to adopt the terms of the governor's executive order, but that's not exactly what we would be doing if we approve the calendar without any additional action. Is that correct?
So Shannon, I didn't talk to the governor.
But prior to the pandemic, the actual competitions didn't start until after the start of the school year, but practices have historically started before. So typically we followed CASHA guidelines. So that, we're waiting for CASHA to come out and say if there will be fall athletics, if that will start. But if we as a district decided that that's what we were going to do, and the league, which is, what are we?
Sunflower.
The Sunflower League schools were going to follow CASHA, it just creates a challenge for our students who participate not only in athletics, but activities. So we were waiting on guidance from CASHA. I'm hoping we'll get something in the next week or two. And that may be something that at the next board meeting, once we know what CASHA's guidance will be, that you may want to discuss at that time. But if you adopt the governor's order, I was not clear, like starting the competition and starting practices, it just depends on who you're talking to, how that was interpreted.
So just to speak from that, just from my understanding and being intimately involved in that, at least from Keisha's perspective, that was the general consensus of what she was asking to push back was the start of competition, not the stopping of summer conditioning or practice. Because Keisha last week released a new set of guidelines for every sport. It's about a 40 some odd page document that breaks down new requirements. And then they published a statement on Friday that they were going to meet over the weekend and into today to hopefully evaluate season start dates. We were hoping we'd get dates today, but probably by Wednesday, because they were going to start to survey districts across the state and decide when those seasons were going to start.
Yeah, so I think, and so I'm glad that you got clarification. That was my understanding as well, that it was the competitions, because there could have, if school wasn't pushed back, there were athletic competitions scheduled to take place prior to Labor Day, depending on what the activities are. But the conditioning and practice historically has always happened prior to the start of the school year.
They're collecting data now. There's a survey that they're asking schools, districts to complete in terms of when their start of school is. And so obviously pending this meeting, we can complete that survey.
Thank you.
And that was
Dr. Lewis,
Keisha.
please repeat that. I couldn't understand
I'm sorry.
what you were saying.
I was just
Just
saying,
saying that Keisha is actually collecting data from school districts.
as it relates to their start date, saying that obviously after this board meeting, we can hopefully be able to state that our start date will be after Labor Day. So in other words, Keisha's getting that information from all school districts so they can make some decisions.
Okay, thank you. I think one of the pieces of feedback that I've heard from parents is that that there's a lot of inconsistency amongst our programs at the moment in regard to how they are approaching student participation in conditioning and other activities between the high schools. There's some differences of approach, and I guess I'm just wondering whether those approaches should be consistent. If not, why not? And whether there's some additional guidance that we should be providing in addition to whatever Keisha is planning to issue. So I want to raise that because it is something that I've heard and I've had parents express concerns about.
So Shannon,
Both high schools are running conditioning programs, and all of the guidelines around that, both high schools worked together to create that. So I'm not sure specifically what differences parents.
Both high schools were given the freedom to run conditioning programs. One high school, when the governor's order came out, suspended their conditioning program pending clarification, and I do not believe it has restarted.
So I will say that all of this is voluntary. So if one suspended it, it may be because coaches may not be, so I can go back and double check. So I didn't know that they suspended it and it wasn't continuing. So I'll get some clarification on that. But for students and the coaches, they're volunteering their time right now. So I think we just need to be clear around that. But I wasn't aware that one had suspended the programs fully. So I will get more information and look into that, because the guidance was the same and they were working together to make sure that students had the opportunities to do it. Yeah. So I'll get some clarity around that. Thank you, Shannon, for sharing that.
Appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
So that's our last slide. We have a recommendation for you on the calendar for a motion if you'd like that. But I know you wanted to take public comment, so.
Well, yeah, I mean, I want to make a clarification before we make the motion, certainly. So we are making a motion right now around the calendar specifically. The public is asking us very clearly whether we are coming back to school or not virtually. So that motion is not in front of the board, but the board does have, at least in my read of the board does have commentary or feedback that they'd like to provide. So the other thing about this particular motion, I do think we can make a motion around the calendar, and then I do think there may be additional feedback beyond that, because we really are getting, I appreciate that Lawrence is doing this at a different path than other districts, but one commitment I would like to make as a board, and I would ask my colleagues to make, is that if we do not make direction around what school is going to look like next year, that we commit to coming back pretty soon to tell people, and before August 10, because we just can't continue to leave teachers and students in limbo.
And Dr. Lewis, I think, I know in one of the emails that I read, I don't know, did you mention an August 1st date in the previous meeting about solidifying?
So before the governor's order, we mentioned August 1st as the last opportunity, but that is shifted. It's in our next steps. We were going to communicate that today. And you can, if we want to do the motion for the calendar, we can do that. But we have given thought, we have seen the
Okay.
emails on both sides about hybrid or 100% distance. And so we can offer a perspective around that, and then you can either before or after.
I think it would be helpful for folks to hear your perspective on it before they provide us public comment. So because what we have right now is I can call for public commentary, and then the next step is we would make the motion, and then there is a concluding slide with next steps. So I think before we have people give, the right thing to do from my perspective is to tell them.
Okay, so and I'm speaking on behalf of just looking at all the data and looking at things and knowing that we're in a very unique situation with KU. I'm not really sure of how Topeka and Kansas City established the 9 weeks, but when we look at it and look at those components, I would fully support starting 100% distance and us evaluating in 3 to 4 weeks to look at our data to determine if we continue the next 3 to 4 weeks. Just so that we are making informed decisions and not unilaterally saying this entire quarter if the data does not support it. So that's just when we looked at it and talking to the health department, they recommended a more phased approach, so like when our staff has said 14 days of no new cases or 14 days of a decline is what the health department has said, just depending on all those other metrics. And so I think that's where we were leaning on, is that phased approach versus the 9 weeks. And I'm not criticizing it, and 9 weeks may make sense, but we were looking at more of evaluating it midway so that we can communicate to our families that our data is going the wrong direction, and we're going to continue the next 4 weeks and then evaluate it at that time so that we would have time to transition, families can plan. And I get 9 weeks, they know they're planning, but you still would be evaluating it at that point. And if there was a window in there in that 9 weeks where students or families who elected and our data supported it, that there could be a hybrid component that would happen, is what we would recommend based off our guidance from the health department.
Do board members have questions or comments about that particular component of the presentation?
I would be interested. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, do you want questions or do you want comments?
I think either, but Dr. Lewis, it sounds like you have a question.
Yeah, I would be interested in comment and feedback on what the board asked us to bring back to them this meeting as it relates to the hybrid. Is there any feedback for us on the hybrid of potentially having 8, 10 students in a class, social distance,
Okay.
on one given day?
So
just a couple comments. I think I thought you did good work on the hybrid. It was good. I'll go back to the AB schedule question. I mean, I get what you're saying. I think the logic makes sense. If you're doing block scheduling, I don't know that going A or B or going Monday, Tuesday, or Monday, Thursday, I don't know that gap, because you're only going to see a teacher once a day. So I don't know that the spacing is as critical that way, but that's just me. I think personally, I think Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday makes more sense, but your logic behind it, I get what you're saying. And then for me, in terms of a start, I think whatever we do in the start, from a personal standpoint, I think it needs to be all remote, and I think it needs to be for a definitive period of time, because I think people need that surety, whether it's 4 weeks, whether it's 6 weeks, whether it's 9 weeks. I think that's the decision, is how many weeks. That's me.
An email popped up, and I didn't think about this, about the hybrid. What about the parents, like the single parents that maybe they have to be in school for those 2 days or 3 days, and they have another, like they have elementary age children, like what are they gonna do with their child? So I didn't think about that.
We have been in constant communication with Boys and Girls Club and other community partners to talk about what that looks like. At the elementary level, we have started to, we know we have some empty classrooms if all the kids are in there just because of the renovation. So Boys and Girls Club and other organizations, we're evaluating that so that for parents that have that situation, whether we're AA, BB, or AB, we know that that will be a challenge. And yeah, so we're on the backside in communication with those partners who typically provide.
For essential workers, like.
Yeah, yeah.
We do recognize that many of our students have older siblings, and we chose to do the alphabet as a splitting. So if you have a older sibling in high school or middle school, that you could potentially help in that regard. Oh, and I was going to say too. In addition, parents will still have an option of 100% remote, and so you couple. I think I can't remember what our last percentage was of parents that were interested.
I think when it closed, it was around 400 that were interested in 100% distance learning, and that number may grow or decrease.
So 400, that's a large percentage of, pretty good percentage of our students. So you take that, and then you split the rest of the class. So in essence, if I have 25 students assigned to my class and maybe 5 or 6 are remote, then I have, about 9 or 10. So if I'm down to 8, 9, or 10 students, and you're not supposed to come back the next day, if you have the physical space, I can easily see teachers saying you can come back, especially for our students that are struggling academically or socially.
So I have a question about the hybrid model specifically. So if you are an instructor and you're teaching, if you're a teacher and you have, you're doing the AB days, or your workload is now going to be, you're providing instruction both in person and remote every day.
We're still
How does that
working
work?
out those details. We know we have staff who, regardless of what we decide, they have to be remote.
Okay.
And we know that we also have our support staff. And so those are the details that we haven't presented because we need to work through it. We do not want teachers feeling like they're doing double duty, and we would not create a model where teachers are, if we are in a hybrid model and they have students in front of them, that they're concerned about the portion of the students that are not in front of them. They would do the morning meeting with all of the students, and then what the instruction and support and who that is, it's not possible unless the kids are remoting into the classroom for the teacher to be responsible for that. But those are the things that the committees and task force will work through. We don't have all of those details, but those are not our intentions for teachers to be doing double duty.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. And then we had several questions around special education, and a couple of teachers who said, or in some social workers who contacted us about the students that they serve specifically really benefiting from in-person instruction. I think we also got feedback from early childhood education and the importance of in-person instruction there. And so I'm wondering, in some cases, if we started, and it's a little bit different than the hybrid, everybody's hybrid. This is kind of a hybrid, like, could we have like an autism cluster, or a certain kids that needed in-person instruction we would benefit in a safe way to provide them that in-person instruction, even if everybody went remote for 4 weeks or 9 weeks,
So
whatever
that's
the time
always
is.
an option. It was an option when we were in phase 1 that you could have small groups. We haven't talked through those details, and I know the special ed department is contacting the families and teachers and working through that. So, and I'm the first person to say that generalizing is dangerous. We did speak in general terms, but we know there will be exceptions to all of those things that we'll have to look at unique circumstances. Even when we say alphabet, we know in some families the last names are different. We would just really try to align it to be consistent for the families. So
Okay, I appreciate you make that distinction too, that we are right now talking about generally what the plan would look like, and I'm asking specific questions, which you now hopefully have until September 8th to sort out to some extent, and I know you've already been working on them, but there will be flexibility, like when you use the word pivot a lot, we've all been using that word a lot, that there will be cases where you will make a reasonable adjustment and accommodation for a family based on whatever their unique needs might be, like Melissa pointing out, a single mom might needing different accommodations if we can meet that need.
Yes.
Well, that would be that
absolutely.
intention. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think you addressed it, but I don't remember, so I apologize. But when you were talking about the Family First Coronavirus Response Act and the 12 weeks at 2/3 pay, is that an all or nothing benefit that would we be willing and could a teacher take it in a hybrid model where
For
they-
the days that their child is not in school, they can do it intermittently.
Okay.
And that will then,
create other issues, yes.
right, but then we would just try to balance it with if this teacher's students is out A day, maybe this teacher's B day, how do we partner? Like, those are all things that is very complex and complicated, but we know it'll be our reality. It's not just, it's any staff member.
Okay. Yes.
So
Sorry.
any employee, so depending on their role or responsibilities, we would just have to navigate and figure it out so that we can ensure that the students' learning is not disrupted.
Okay. And then I learned to answer this question after a house fire and dealing with insurance. Is that 12 weeks in terms of 12 weeks of days, or is it 12 weeks from the day it starts, it ends 12 weeks later?
12 weeks in terms of days, and let's say if we start out remote and we're remote this whole first 18 weeks or how many weeks we have of school, then it's over. It's not like, unless they add it to another CARES Act, it's a one-time, once your 12 weeks are over, even if we're remote the entire year, you don't have it anymore unless that changes.
Okay.
One other clarification there. If a person had taken any FMLA leave prior to this, that counts against them. So they may not get a full 12 weeks under the FFCRA because they're limited to 12 total weeks. So when we talk about, again, it's generalized as opposed to specific, remember that not everybody will necessarily qualify for 12 weeks because they've already had FMLA leave taken against their rolling 12.
Okay. Thank you.
Other board members before we move on to Paula or Erica, Carol, anything?
Well, I would just like to, voice my opinion that I'm with GR. I'm lucky. I'm privileged. My daughter has asked me to stay home this year, and we're gonna, she's gonna do remote learning. But the whole notion, I brought this up at the last meeting, but the notion or idea of being able to isolate is, it's privilege. And, the LHS student, demonstrated that tonight in his presentation. He talked about the inequities and how it's hitting the vulnerable populations hard. And you hit it right there, you pointed it out right there with Wyandotte County. It's the vulnerable. So yeah, I'm just not willing to let our students and staff serve as the coal miners' canary for COVID. I don't want to do it. So I'm with them. GR here.
Before we move on to public commentary, Paula or Erica? Yes, Shannon.
I'm sorry. I could not hear most of what Carol was saying, which could you just, you don't have to repeat everything. Can you just repeat the concluding statements? You have to talk right in the mic or I just can't hear.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thanks.
No, but I said that I'm with GR Roth. I am in favor of going virtually, just 100% remote, just because I know what that can do. Cause I don't want to overstep my bounds here, but me and Paula are lucky to be here. We're almost wiped out by disease. So I'm just, it scares me to put our kids in that position, and I'm not willing to let our students and staff serve as a home miners canary for COVID.
Thank you for repeating that, Carol. I'm sorry to have to.
Oh, you're fine. Thank you.
Kelly, I had a couple comments along those lines. I also think that it's really important for us to provide certainty to our staff and students sooner rather than later. I I'm conflicted because on the one hand, I appreciate that we're trying to be responsive to the data and take a really inclusive approach to creating our plans. And I really appreciate that. And I think it's something that's special about our district. But on the other hand, I think that we've received plenty of feedback that parents and staff just want to know what we're going to do and they want to have some certainty around it. So that's part of it. And I think I am where Carol and GR have expressed that they are, which is that, based on the entire set of information that is available out there today about the status of the pandemic in Douglas County and about the health effects of this particular disease for people that don't die from it, but just get sick with it. I am really reluctant to do anything but go remote for some period of time at the beginning of the school year. And there's really two main factors for that. One is one that Dr. Stubblefield acknowledged, and I'm really glad that she said it, having to do with KU. I think that makes our community somewhat unique in comparison to the other communities around us. We have this, we will have this huge influx of people from all over the country and all over the world potentially. And we just don't know what that's going to do. If it does what it did earlier this summer, we're going to experience an even bigger outbreak than we are already having. I think the other piece of it for me is the survey data from our staff. I think it's pretty compelling that when you have 70% of your staff saying that they're uncomfortable returning to in-person instruction and 63% saying they prefer to start in an online setting, I think that's very powerful data that we really have to pay attention to. So just wanted to share that before we hear our public comment and have further discussion. Thank you.
Well, I wanted to give space if you have stuff to contribute.
When I walked into the meeting today, I was sold on the hybrid model because of the early childhood learning. But now that I've heard the information that was provided, I would have to agree with my 3 colleagues so far and go with distance learning. What I've learned so far is that COVID it's going to be here. It's not seasonal like the flu. And when that time comes around, we are going to have COVID and the flu at the same time. So that those things concern me also. And so as of right now, I'd have to say I would go with distance learning.
Thank you, Paula. Erica?
Clarify, I just want to make sure for the purposes of the conversation that there's a clear understanding that we're not saying we need to do distance or hybrid, because you could do distance and hybrid. Just want to, okay.
And Erica? Do you have space?
So thank you for all the work that the district has done to on the plan. I appreciate that. And I don't really like giving my position beforehand because this changes all the time.
Yeah.
So I'd rather reserve.
Wait till we hear from public. That makes sense. That's kind of where I'm at. Okay. I just want to make sure anybody had questions or anything they wanted to say. We gave them space for it. Okay. So we'll move to public comment. If everybody's still there, thank you for your patience. And Lindsay Buck to lead from the LEA, if you're here, Lindsay.
Oops, there. Hi.
Lindsay, I want to switch so we can see you.
What's that?
Oh, we were waiting to see you. Hello, nice to see you.
Hello, nice to see you all. Good evening, Lindsay Buck, she, her pronouns, interim president of the LEA. Tonight I'm reading an abbreviated version of the LEA position statement demanding the safety and well-being of educators and students with returning to schools. The full version was sent to LEA members, school board, and superintendents last Friday. So we, the Lawrence Education Association, call upon the USD 497 School Board and District Administration put safety and well-being of our educators and students at the forefront of all school reopening plans. Specifically, we call on you to take action on the following. Delay instruction, athletics, and curricular activities until after Labor Day per the governor's executive order. 2, move all induction and new hire events to a virtual format. 3, move all beginning of school professional development to a virtual format. 4, ensure pay for all certified and classified staff regardless of the phase of reopening. 5, incorporate paraeducators into all learning options with a commitment to include them in decisions around their working conditions, professional development, and safety concerns. 6, implement a distance learning start with our scholars on September 9th to continue for at least the first 9 weeks. 7, when utilizing hybrid models of learning, staggered schedules should be included to ensure smaller class sizes and physical distancing capabilities. 8, adopt safety language and leave language through the negotiations process that will ensure our staff, scholars, and families are safe and cared for. 9, ensure scholars and staff members have access to internet and technology they need to succeed. And 10, continue providing meals and food service, food security during distance and hybrid options, including providing additional education about the application for free and reduced meals and other food security options. In-person teaching puts educators into a situation where they are at a substantial risk health-wise. According to the Kaiser Foundation, nearly 1.5 million teachers, or 1 in 4, are at increased risk of experiencing severe complications if they contract coronavirus due to underlying health issues. To expect educators to proceed with business as usual by returning to a brick and mortar setting with the pressure of knowing that if they do contract COVID, then they have a 25% chance of another disease being compounded is unjustifiable. The National Education Association writes that the absolute preconditions to reopening are scientific consensus that the virus has been sufficiently contained and that the local health infrastructure can effectively address current and future outbreaks. Our state affiliate, Kansas NEA, does not believe that any student, educator, or patron should face a choice between returning to school and their health or well-being. USD 497 should not force educators to make such a choice. We are not alone in holding these expectations. The Lawrence State Board of Education representatives, Ann Ma and Janet Waugh, listened to the concerns of educators who will be on the front lines of school reopening plans and voted to uphold the governor's executive order. Blue Valley, Shawnee Mission, Topeka, and Kansas City, Kansas school districts, among others, have already decided to begin the school after Labor Day, with Topeka and Kansas City using exclusively online distance instruction for the first 9 weeks. LEA, as you know, has begun conducting weekly survey of all certified staff and classified staff. Shannon noted our results. About 70% of staff saying they're uncomfortable with returning to in-person setting, and more than 63% have reported that they would prefer distance learning setting as their first choice. Our most recent survey went out today, and we already have over 400 responses, and we'll continue to send out updated survey data. Our educators are clear about their needs. Their safety and the safety of our scholars must come first, and we expect you, the decision makers of our district, to listen to these concerns. We recognize there are students who require vital services, and we also recognize that families are needing options for their students so they can work. While we don't have easy answers to any of these questions, we call on the district to utilize educators as thought partners to address these issues in an equitable and safe way. LEA desires to continue to be a part of the solution as we work through this. When 2020 began, none of us thought that this year would become as complex as it's become. We want to be clear that we have no interest in abdicating our responsibility to our scholars, nor can we ignore the dangers to those scholars and educators. We implore the board and administration to follow in the footsteps of local and regional leaders who've shown a commitment to making decisions based first and foremost on the health and safety of educators and scholars. Following this framework, LEA believes that we should wait until Labor Day to begin meeting with scholars so that educators can prepare quality instruction. And further, LEA believes that unless there's a marked improvement in the level of community cases, the academic year should begin with an extended period of online distance instruction. To do so otherwise is to gamble unnecessarily with the very lives this district is charged with protecting. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. We appreciate your contribution.
Next on the list, Megan, if you're still here, I apologize that earlier I cut you off. Megan Welch.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. That is okay. I just want to let my people know that I'm going so that they can watch. Okay. And if you can hear me well, then I'm happy to talk to you. My name is Megan Welch Phillips, and I'm an elementary special education teacher here in Lawrence. I'm not from Lawrence. I originally moved to Kansas to get married, but during this pandemic, I'm single and alone in my house with my closest family located in populated epicenters all over the country. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. I know that many people have concerns about schools opening, where kids will go, making sure kids are educated, finding solutions that work for everyone. Personally, I'm worried about my finances and my health. If I were to get sick, would I be alone in my house, suffering? Would I lose my house if I couldn't work? I love teaching and I love my students, and I cried real tears when I realized that the in-person school year is over and I would never see my graduating fifth graders again. Legit cried. I realized quickly that being alone in my house would be isolating, tiring, and terrible for my mental health. The effects of the pandemic are lasting much longer than I ever could have imagined. And there are days when the only thing I want is like a little bit of normalcy, a regular school year again, maybe a hug, but I'm recognizing that this will not be a possibility in the near future. I serve a very vulnerable population, including students with medical needs, intellectual disabilities, or behavior disorders. The members of that population are vulnerable specifically to COVID-19 for medical and hygienic reasons. If they have an underlying medical condition, they can get very sick and not recover. Some of these students may not be willing or able to comply with needed hygiene rules and PPE requirements. Masks should be worn at all times, even when socially distanced, because many schools use recycled air in their HVAC system. Students with sensory issues could have issues with mask wearing or using hand sanitizer or washing their hands many times in a day. Some students regularly put their hands in their mouths or their eyes and touch surfaces like my face. Students with anxiety would find so many worries in a situation like this. And as a trauma-informed teacher working in trauma-informed schools, I would not want to expose students to the trauma of seeing a teacher's fear, having teachers who have to wear face shields, masks, gloves, scrubs, and more, or in a worst case scenario, dealing with the death of a family, students, or staff in the school family. I work at Prairie Park and I live in the Prairie Park neighborhood, and all schools here, are a family. I think of teacher and paraprofessional equity, where teachers and paras who are exposed to more vulnerable populations may be exposed to more viral spread than the other staff. As a special ed teacher, I often have to get leftover supplies from gen ed teachers when I need Kleenex or other items for my classroom. I have to create these diverse environments and spaces and think about the fact that my students will behave differently, learn differently, and see differently than other students. I need time to work with my staff and my colleagues to make sure that health and safety routines are created and modified for specific student needs. The only sure way to keep students and staff equitably safe is to keep brick and mortar schools closed until scientific data supports opening safely and that every staff and every student has equitable access to the health and safety measures that they specifically need. The start of the school year for students should begin after Labor Day as presented by Governor Kelly, and the instruction for students should remain virtual for at least the first 9 weeks of school. All staff should be able to start working and preparing for a very different school year with their regular pay, especially hourly staff such as paraprofessionals. All staff are important and deserve pay and the right and ability to help plan instruction, safety, and hygienic plans and routines for a return to school. Staff work should remain virtual and distance even as we start to work on our classrooms and ready them for in-person instruction. From today forward, the school district should work with teachers and families and teacher families to create a robust and inclusive virtual education program centering our most marginalized students and pair that with community support such as meals and social services. We should ensure that all students and staff have access to sufficient internet and devices to engage in learning and be a part of the conversation. I know from learning today that the requirements are steep, but our ability to problem solve is strong. We need to work with families and make sure that creative, outside of the box instruction is given to families with every type of home situation, noting that some of our most marginalized students will have the hardest time meeting these requirements. We need to bring minds together to solve the difficult problems of specialized instruction from a safe distance, including access and logging. We need to bring brilliant and flexible minds to the table to forge solutions to problems that haven't even been recognized yet. We need to shift our thinking about attendance, discipline, sanitation, school routines, and measuring learning. And we need to be prepared for that new normal where we can provide quality education and safety for all students and staff in a very different world. So thank you for considering your support. for putting the interests of students and teachers at the forefront of your plans, and for listening to individual voices like mine who want to know that they are personally, myself, being cared about in a school district that wants to be one team. I know it's late at night. When my dad was a school board president, he would regularly come home from board meetings after 11 p.m. I urge you to vote tonight to adopt that virtual model until we can safely reopen, and let us all begin immediately the work that remains. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. So we have to appreciate your contribution.
And your service to the district. So the next speaker, and we just have a couple more. The next speaker is Melinda, forgive me if I say your name wrong, Levon. And we do need to keep the comments to 5 minutes or less.
Hi.
Hey, Melinda. We're ready for you.
Thank you. Levon. My name's Dr. Melinda Levon, she, her. I've had kids in the district since 2004. I, for the last 5 years, have been a midwife here in the community. First, I wanted to thank you all for voting to recognize PAL CWA. I actually think in the long term, although those negotiations sometimes can be difficult and take time, I think in the long term that the district will better meet all of their goals when it comes to paras and help kids reach their full potential. Regarding safe return to schools, I wanted to mention the SRO survey because to me that is a safety issue. I'm going to respectfully ask the board to do some careful data analysis of that survey that was sent out because I have concerns that there might be some certain biases with that survey that the district does not want to propagate. There are hundreds of students in the district whose lives have been intertwined with the legal system in one way or another. And for some children, police presence when there's been no crime committed is very triggering. And it's really tough to come to school thinking about that math test or the assignment that you didn't finish yet and trying to focus. And then they just get shoved into trauma brain space because there's unnecessary officer presence. And so I hope you continue in August to take another look and continue collecting information from the community on that. Oh, what a year, huh? COVID. I have so many concerns. And I've heard from a lot of people that asked me to cover a lot of things in my 5 minutes. I'm unclear after listening tonight still, what happens when a parent is sick? How are absences and truancy going to be handled? USD 497 has referred a lot of families to CPS over truancy issues over the years, and it's often not applied in an equitable way when it comes to race, especially. I'll tell you this, I've spent a total of 29 days this year with a fever. I'm currently on a heart monitor. I am back working, but I'm exhausted, I'll tell you that. I'm a single parent and I have 2 jobs total. And the distance learning plan that you've been discussing tonight and how the minutes are still expected to be 360. That's just not a workable plan for many families. Many of us do not have the privilege to stay home day in and day out with our children. And 6 hours a day is just not workable. In homeschooling, the general guideline is 10 minutes per day per year old, or no, 10 minutes per year old per day. And honestly, if you got 2 hours of really hard, productive work out of a 5th grader a day, I think that would actually be accomplishing a lot. And so we need the distance learning plan to continue to be refined so that it's actually workable. I understand that even the Board of Education says that they can't address the minutes issue and that it's a legislative issue. And I think it's pretty clear we're not going to get a lot of support out of them. And even if we did, they don't come back until January. I am going to ask you to really, by August 10th, be very clear about how absences and truancy will be dealt with.
We're at 5 minutes, and I really appreciate your providing us feedback and information that you've given us. And we'll take it into consideration, and definitely we will get through this.
So we have a time for Abby Hoffman.
Hello.
Hi, guys.
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, awesome. I do want to preface that I'm still recovering from COVID, so talking for 5 minutes is going to be a little bit of task. Hopefully I won't go over, but I would appreciate your grace and understanding during this. Hello, my name is Abby Hoffman, and my pronouns are they, them. I teach English at Lawrence High, and I recently contracted COVID-19 and am still recovering. I would like to share my COVID experience to put in perspective the impact that this disease will have on our staff if and when they too unfortunately and how long this will really take to recover, to show why remote professional development and learning for scholars is needed until the data says it is safe to return. On Friday, July 10th, a little bit before 7 p.m., I went to the ER with a cough so bad that I couldn't catch my breath. I'd been experiencing what I thought was a sinus infection, for the previous 6 days and thought it had just gone wrong because I didn't have a fever. However, when the ER desk nurse took my pulse oxygen levels, they immediately admitted me, no questions asked. When your blood oxygen levels are measured, something I found out, anything less than 95% is considered troubling. Anything below 89% requires medical intervention. When I went into ER room 6, my blood oxygen levels dropped to 70%, causing the nurse to put me on oxygen immediately, and a small group of people dressed in hazmat suits basically swoop in like a scene from Grey's Anatomy. I was given the standard COVID tests, several inches of cotton swab shoved into my sinuses, an EKG, blood work, chest x-ray, and various medications to try to help me feel comfortable. It was 11 p.m. by the time I was given the news that I tested positive for COVID and moved into the ICU. The weekend was a blur of nurses trying to comfort me, coughing with every breath. I notice I'm coughing every time I say coughing. I don't know why. But attempting to drink my meals because of my loss of appetite. And at that point, I hadn't eaten for almost a week. By Monday, I started to regain control of my body and a sense of self. Tuesday, I was able to tell my loved ones I was going to make it out okay. And I was moved out of the ICU. I was very lucky that I did not require intubation and only needed supplemental oxygen during my stay. On Thursday, the 16th, I was discharged from LMH. Unfortunately, my COVID experience does not stop here, but the healing still continues. I give you an update of how I'm doing. Just to give you an update on how I'm doing. I'm on week 2 of recovery. I'm obviously still coughing, and I'm still tired and easily exhausted just doing tasks around my home. The statement, as you can see, has been a difficult task for me as well. I still have weeks until I'm well enough to be able to work an 8-hour day without needing significant breaks and grace from my scholars. Saying that this was scary undercuts the amount of uncertainty at every moment of this event weighing on my conscience, and even now that I'm safely home recovering in my own bed. My partner and I now begin the process of getting cleared, me from isolation, and for him to start his 14-day quarantine. He's also an educator. We are unsure of exactly how this process will happen or how long the process will take. Every day with more information coming and data coming in, the medical community keeps moving that goalpost for us for what we need to do to be able to leave our house, to run errands, and to ultimately return to work safely. The Kansas Board of Ed thinks that 80 hours is enough to recover from being sick and getting cleared for a safe return to school is enough. But as you can see, this has taken much longer than 80 hours. To give you the whole time frame, I'm speaking of July 4th was when I was bedridden from this disease, and today is July 7th. 23 days, which equals 15 work days, and 120 work hours. I'm still not out of isolation, and I'm not allowed to go back to school safely at this point right now. This does not include, however, the financial issue that some of our families might have to endure, or even families within our district or as from staff will have to navigate. The claim for my 6-day stay was $37,000. I'm very thankful for insurance, and I do sit in that privilege. I acknowledge that. So I say all of this to you to put in perspective that when I heard the Kansas Board of Ed members' commentary last week, my heart dropped and it was pulled out of my chest, and my mind was racing through the what-if scenarios of this fall semester. Believe me when I say that I want to go back to school. I want to support my scholars. I want to support my families, my colleagues, my community, and now more than ever during this pandemic. But please believe me that when I say that we are not ready to connect in person just yet, I truly mean it. Members of the board, I feel optimistic about the outcome of this topic, but I will put my ask simply. Keep us online until the data says that it is safe to meet in person. This includes all staff events before September 9th, like induction for new hires and the beginning of the year professional development, and to continue during the first 9 weeks of learning. A blended and hybrid option or hybrid option is not safe right now, even with the CDC guidelines in place, because I have followed them closely. My partner had followed them closely, and I still got sick. I do not want my scholars to be in the same situation that I was in, or the universe forbids my colleagues, staff in this district. We need to be safe so that we can be there for one another when it is safely to meet again. Thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. I'm glad you're recovering. I have a really high regard for the kind of educator you are, and thank you for sharing your story. We have one last family. The Woods are here. Brittany and Brent, who I've been communicating with, and I'm glad you all are here. Share a slightly different perspective. I'm going to summarize. They have been in contact with the board to share a perspective about returning to school and utilizing the hybrid model and thinking about the equity considerations, the social emotional support that students would need, and some of which, Dr. Lewis, you've highlighted at our last meeting. So, sorry that they're not here and that we weren't able to hear their voice, but I believe we all got emails from the Woods. So if you check your email, you'll see it. Yeah. Okay. So that concludes public commentary. I think, are there additional questions based on that commentary or considerations from anybody on the board? So we have probably two. Go ahead, Shannon.
Kelly, I just wanted to ask the question, what events currently are planned that teachers are required to attend in person?
They're all blended model. They have the option of attending in person or virtual. Just as in induction, we're about done with induction, and they were all onboarding. They were all in small groups of maybe 2, 3, and we only have 2 or 3 more to go. So they have options. There's no mandate that you have to be present.
Okay, thank you.
So we have the motion around the calendar to start. Is there anybody that would like to make the motion related to the calendar? Melissa Johnson.
I'll do it. I move the Board of Education approve the revised school calendar for the 2020-2021 school year developed by the USD 497 Calendar Committee.
This is GR. I'll second.
Jones,
Yes.
Hill,
Yes.
Padu Blackwood,
Yes.
Gordon Ross,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Kimball. Yes. Smith. Motion passes 7-0.
And then additionally, we've had conversation about whether school will start hybrid or distance learning. And I think if I was reading the board correctly, there is a majority of folks that are asking for a start to the school year that is primarily distance learning. If that does not represent your opinion, will you speak up? So Anna, Dr. Stubblefield and Dr. Lewis have made points that there's been requests from the LEA that period of time, and from other folks that it be a full quarter. I'm guessing is what 9 weeks is. But you have asked for some flexibility in the length of time based on the data in front of you. Is that fair to say?
Yes, and the quarter, I'm assuming, came in. Other districts were doing quarter because they may be on quarter.
Yeah.
Obviously, our elementary on trimester and
Yeah.
our secondary is on quarter. We were having discussions about potentially the first 4 weeks, I think, and then reevaluating it at our September 27th board meeting, looking at the numbers to potentially start maybe the 1st of October with a hybrid. Thank you. That was based on. Yeah, that's what we've been doing, was basing all of these decisions on the guidance from the health department and the experts.
Is there any objection to supporting rather than a full 9 weeks, supporting a initial 4-week distance learning model and then coming back and evaluating whether or not we're at a space as a community to go for another 4 or 5? GR, you made a comment about, and I think Carol too, about teachers and educators needing to know the exact period of time so they can prepare adequately.
So just in looking at the calendar, if we start the 9th,
It'll be the 8th if it's remote.
if we start the 8th, everything I have said, you have corrected something that has come out of my mouth.
That's good. You need some correction.
Single thing. I have things up here that I can throw, and you're not that far away. So if we start the 8th, so 4 weeks would be 1, 2, 3. It would be like the 6th of September. And so the 22nd board meeting, if we made October, again, I have this in my hand for a reason. It would be the 6th of October. The 22nd would be 2 weeks' notice if we made a decision that night to shift.
Okay.
And so that would, I mean, I'm not opposed to it. That's just, that would be my concern, that we would then be coming back, and we gave them a definitive answer of 4 weeks. And then 2 weeks before that ends, if we decide we're going to pivot, that's not a lot of time to
fair
pivot.
enough.
Because if we say 4 weeks tonight, they're going to start doing only online curriculum and stuff. And I just think they need a little more time to
Well-
shift. Is it just strictly looking at the dates?
If they're starting, so would that mean that they will not start the August 15th? Because that's my understanding, that during that 3-week period before Labor Day, they would be doing PD. So part of that would be part of the PD on how to either transition on October 8th or how to move to, am I mistaken?
No, that's correct.
Yeah,
They
you
will
can
be doing
speak to that
PD.
better than I can. I'm just parroting what I hear from some people.
Yes.
I'll be honest.
If I can,
Please.
we're going to ask our teachers to prepare all of their instruction online, because we don't know what our numbers are going to be at that point. We may become a cluster site at one of our schools, and that whole group needs to be out for weeks because of its being a cluster site. So all that curriculum, all that content will be developed online. And so I think, I understand what you're saying about 2 weeks, but I think they're going to continue to develop that online as they go.
So,
And I guess in theory, we could make the decision on the 22nd, and that doesn't mean that we go to hybrid 2 weeks later.
that's true. I do want to say, Patrick just reminded me of something that I heard from I think it was the Shawnee Mission School District, and I hope I'm not misquoting the wrong district, but there was one of our neighboring districts, the administrator made this comment that the outcome for our ability to remain in schools relies heavily on human behavior. And I'm mindful that maybe there is value in supporting the LEA's 9-week request so that they know exactly what's happening and they have that peace of mind that they have those 9 weeks. And I'm saying that as somebody that works at the university and is quite aware of the behavior of my students. So I want to be flexible, Dr. Lewis, and respond to the request to be able to look at the numbers in 4 weeks. I'm also mindful of the pieces around letting teachers know what they're going to do for a significant period of time and being realistic about what might be serious in our community. Shannon or others?
Can I ask a quick question? So I think one thing that parents will be wondering about with regard to this conversation is that previously we had said that if you wanted to choose remote learning, you were committing to remote learning for either an entire trimester if you're an elementary student or an entire semester if you are a secondary student. If we are going to do all remote learning for all students for, say, the first 9 weeks of school, would we still be asking parents to make that decision now, or would we allow parents to opt in or out? Because I could foresee, for example, going through that first 9 weeks and saying, okay, maybe the data is indicating that it might be safe to go back, but maybe the district assessment of risk doesn't, I'm not comfortable with that, and maybe I don't want to go back after that first 9 weeks. I guess I'm just trying to get a sense of what our decision points would be, because we need to provide some certainty for staff. We also need to provide some certainty for parents so that they can really make these decisions and make some plans around them.
So Shannon, we actually have not discussed that component, but my initial response would be we still would separate those parents who know that they wanted 100% remote. 100% distance from the families who are saying, if it's ever safe, I want to be back. And then we would have to look at individual circumstances, because the elementary trimester, I think on the calendar, still ends in November. All right, the first one is way shorter. If you might have a calendar up, GR, So I think we still have to have some definite separation, because it will be important for us to separate those staff and families who are 100% remote from those who may, if the data ever supports, to come back to brick and mortar, because how the minutes and things and what's been calculated, we're going to have to separate those two. So we said trimesters and semesters. At the high school level and the middle school level, specifically at the high school level, it's super important. At the elementary level, it's still important for planning purposes as we're trying to figure out if we ever get to come back in a hybrid model, what those numbers would be. So I think we can look at unique circumstances, but I think we would have to have some clear delineations with parents who are choosing 100% remote or the other. Otherwise, we would just be constantly in flux with planning. So that's the challenge. You just would be constant.
October 29th, you were now.
For the
trimester.
Yeah, so it would be around all of it is right around the same time that they would be able to shift and or make a different decision. But if there are unique circumstances, definitely that. But I think for us to just say we'll let everybody change, that's a whole other level of dynamics in planning if we're going the other way, and kids who are in a hybrid versus 100% distance. Honestly, it's 10 o'clock.
So
I think we probably need a little bit more. I agree that it's 10 o'clock. I do think there is a direction to go remote. It's the timing that makes sense for your calendar specifically. Like what if the trimester, how long is that? That would be
That's elementary.
Okay.
So you're on two different systems.
Okay, so that was part of the trimester versus the quarter, correct, okay. Okay,
Kelly, two things. One, I just want to say and follow up to what Dr. Stubblefield was saying. I think then it's going to be really, really important that before you ask parents to decide if they're going to go 100% remote for the fall, that you state very clearly what the metric is that would cause you to switch from remote to hybrid or remote to full in-person. Because without knowing what the district's definition of quote safe is, I think you're asking a lot of parents to make a determination about which thing they're going to choose. So I guess that's one thing. Another, Kelly, I just want to let you know that Brittany Wood is in the chat on that's saying that she was trying to speak, but she couldn't get switched off of her mute, and she is still available to provide the public comment if you are amenable to allowing that.
Doctor, can you
Speak to the initial question that Shannon had. Okay. Okay.
I think she said
Shannon's
something
comment about how you would know whether someone was moving.
like a follow-up question.
I was just going to say, that's one of the tasks that the Unified Command is tasked with coming up with.
Okay. Defining that metrics. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense to me. Okay. So, Ms. Woods, if you can keep it under 5 minutes, because we're getting near the end here, that would be fine.
additional comment in the chat?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for giving me a moment to speak. I'm, to be completely honest, disappointed at this point in the evening. I feel like many of you have already made your decision prior to even the public comments, and I don't feel like the decision is based on science. I come to you as a parent and a constituent who is concerned about the long-term effects of not opening schools for in-person classes this fall. The National Association of Pediatricians and the Center for Disease Control have all recommended in-person classes begin. No one has discussed either of these groups tonight. Lawrence, Kansas has some of the lowest numbers in the state of Kansas and in the country for serious COVID illnesses and deaths. The number of kids younger than 18 contracting and spreading COVID-19 are extremely low. The data and charts the Lawrence Department of Health recommend to be shown tonight make it almost impossible for the board to defend online-only schooling. It was obvious to me tonight that some of the board members were actively trying to discredit these numbers, even as going as far as predicting what numbers will be when KU students return and ruling out in-person classes altogether. Other counties' goals are going to be where Douglas County is right now. As a parent of 2 high school students, I will focus my attention on grades 9 through 12. Can high school students be responsible partners in making sure their school is safe for themselves as well as for their teaching staff? My answer is a resounding yes. High school students have already proven they can be positive contributors to the solution. This summer, kids have been doing summer workouts and have been following all of the necessary guidelines, wearing masks, doing temperature checks, and social distancing. There have been no signs that students under specific guidance aren't capable of continuing to do this when the school year starts. More than ever, kids need to feel part of something and to feel a sense of hope. Student council, band, choir, theater, debate, and athletics are all irreplaceable parts of student development that cannot be underestimated. Let them continue to follow these rules, take these precautions, and be a part of the solution. Physically being in school and involved in activities is something that is vital for both our mental and physical health. It gives them a sense of belonging, which cannot happen with online-only options. When school does officially start, we as a community can make in-person classes work for those who choose to do so. It is impossible to count the number of kids who look to schools as a safe place from the stresses of their home life. Many kids do not have the support they might need emotionally and academically at home, and there is no way to estimate the negative impact that not meeting in person in schools this fall could have on so many children. Academic progress or lack thereof cannot be judged through online school.
It gives certain children privilege over others, as there is not a way to accurately know who may not be getting the support and help they need. The inequities between the haves and the have-not cannot be overstated. Online school does not and cannot account for these inequalities. Therefore, an online-only approach leaves way too many students at risk. I am willing as a parent to do anything I can do to help. There are so many reasons why kids need to be in school. It provides hope for kids, structure, growth, and opportunity. I realize these times are uncertain, but uncertainty cannot be the reason for shutdown. What if scenarios cannot be what keeps kids from a whole approach to education? I beg of you, please let them continue with their outdoor summer activities they are currently participating in, and let's do everything we can to provide in-person opportunities for all of these students who want opportunities this fall. Do not limit your solution to helping only students who can function well with online instruction. We as a district and as a community can work together to provide options for both in-person and online classes, providing for the needs of all students. Saying no to a hybrid model tonight is the wrong decision. Thank you so much for allowing me this time to share my thoughts. I have specific ideas I would be happy to share with you on how to make in-person classes work now and in coming days and weeks if you would like further input. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosen. I'm glad you were
able to join us. So final direction to the board, to the district, yes.
Did you see that one last patron commentary that I sent you?
We weren't,
Okay.
Direction related to, are we still in a space where we are coalescing around the idea of distance learning to start school? Is there any specifics around a period of time? Do we need more information from the district to come up with a period of time from leaders?
I think maybe we can try to have I don't want to keep, like you said, teachers waiting, but I don't know if we have the space in place to kind of meet virtually, or is that something that we have to do an open session to kind of discuss the logistics of it? It seems like there's a consensus of starting remote, but not a definitive time. So do we have to have an open session to discuss that part of it, the length?
Yes, every aspect of this is a public
Okay.
session, conversation. There's no aspect of it that can go into executive session.
So,
Just like a regular virtual meeting, can we do that to this?
So maybe an additional meeting to discuss the length of time and when you all have had an opportunity to look at a proposal for that.
I think you just tell me. We don't think we need an additional meeting for that.
Okay.
We need to know what makes the most sense based on our district and the schedules that we have.
So I think we shared our perspective around following the health department guidelines, and looking at the data and the trends. And definitively, what the unified command is proposing is phasing, like looking at the phasing, looking at the data, and be ready to pivot. So I don't know how you put a definitive time around that. We arbitrarily said 3 to 4 weeks because, trying to factor in, which we don't know, it is a what if. The data could be completely fine or it can be not fine once school starts. So honestly, the only rationale I can give you is to follow what the health department has in general said to us, to look at the phasing process and to look at the data to make a decision around that.
I support the 4 weeks, and then I think like maybe as we near Labor Day, I don't know, with the training that's going to go on, my understanding is that educators are still having the virtual PDs and such, right? So what if by the week after Labor Day, if we see the numbers increase, then we make the next steps from there. You know what I'm saying?
So I hear what you're saying, but I think the idea would be that schools, I think what was proposed anyway, was that that school would start September 8th and it would go
Virtual.
remote for 4 to 6 weeks or 4 to 9
Yes.
weeks, depending.
But I think in that, yes, I'm agreeing with you. And then like say like that week after, because the concern was like maybe the numbers will increase after Labor Day. So
Okay.
if we wait, if we go back and assess it the week after or a week and a half after, and we see that, hey, this isn't moving where we want, then we can discuss whether we go another 4 weeks or so. I don't know if that am I making any sense? Because it's 10 something.
It's making sense, but I think the challenge and the difficulty in this decision
Elementary.
is that the numbers, 1 week could be fine and the next week couldn't. And so that approach, and so I think your approach of saying we're just going to do it 9 weeks and not look at it is what appears easy and clean, but that's not necessarily what the phasing components look like.
So you can, and if
Yeah.
if you're doing the phasing and you're telling teachers this week, depending on the numbers, you might be in class. This week, depending on the numbers, you might be out of class. I'm just wondering if that isn't if the logic isn't, because all we're doing is mitigating risk. Every one of these decisions around mitigating risk. And all of them, to Ms. Wood's point, have negative consequences for our kids. And that's what makes this incredibly painful. It's this balance between whether you prioritize the public health component of it or whether you prioritize educational outcomes. And no one on this board, I would say, would prefer that we were in school. We'd all much prefer that we were out of school. We much prefer that we were in school. So if we prioritize that component of public health, and we're saying to teachers, we're responding to your request for some certainty in planning and some certainty in security, that to me says we need to give you a definitive amount of time. We can't continually respond to the numbers and come in and out. So that's a different perspective than the phasing. The phasing suggestion, and I think that's the proposal the LEA put forward. So it might be that the summary is then are we looking at following the phasing, or are we looking at following the LEA's 9-week solid approach? And Melissa, I think I read you to say the phasing, correct? To respond to the numbers.
I'm like really neutral. I'll go
Okay.
either way.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay.
But I was, trying to
Yeah.
go with the health department.
GR.
I'll go back to what I said in the beginning, that I think it needs to be a definitive period of time. I don't know that I would follow my sword that it be 9 weeks. I certainly would be in support of 9 weeks, but I don't know that it has to be 9 weeks. I think somewhere in between your 4 to 9 week window, I think I'd be comfortable with. I think if you asked me to pick a number right now, I think the number I'd probably be most comfortable with is 6, followed by 9.
Holly, one thing I think it's important to think about is, and this would be from the public health perspective, I think a little bit more than, is that, when the governor proposed delaying the start of school and Dr. Norman got up and talked about it, one of the things he talked about is that they were proposing essentially a 6-week, window between the time of the order and the beginning of school, because that was basically three 14-day periods of viral development, right? That gives you that 6-week window of phases of the virus, so that you could really get an idea of whether it was trending upwards or trending downwards. So, I personally think that it is better to give more certainty and go with a 9-week period, but if other board members think we should explore a shorter time period, I guess I would want a perspective on, is 4 weeks. 4 weeks probably doesn't feel long enough to really be able to read the trend effectively. So I guess I would want some further insight into that.
About that, I think we got an email about why maybe a written and correct me if I'm wrong, President, the emails weren't read, and it's because essentially it's for the board to make that decision. You know, the information that the patrons are sending us is board related for us, so we have that information, and if we were to read every email, we would probably be here till 12 o'clock. So if there were some essential, we can still follow up with those individuals who
Yeah.
have emailed us, because we've had over 100 emails, so,
And yeah.
I mean,
we had so many emails that it was, we could not read them all. We have read them all as individuals. If we spent tonight reading them, we would be here until tomorrow morning, which still might be the case. Erica, do you have a position one way or another around numbers?
On the exact number? Not on the exact number. I think there should be a delay. I was just looking up what the definition of a trend, we're looking at trends or patterns, like would a 2-cycle period of time be enough, or would it be 3? And so that's kind of what I'm judging on, but
Okay.
I don't know.
So Paula, in your said, leaning toward the health department phasing in pattern and looking at a 6-week period instead of, based on the number of trends that we can follow in that period. Okay. So essentially the direction from the board, and I'm not sure that we need a motion to do this, would be that we start remote for a agreeable 6-week period of time, and that you come back to us with data related to where we were at and in the community around numbers to see if we could go through to the hybrid model. Do we need a motion? Dave said we need a motion. Shannon, you had talked about maybe crafting one while we spoke. Is it possible that you have one ready?
I think I can make one up.
So, are you crafting one, Sam? Shannon?
Find some language, but it doesn't track with where we're at in the conversation. So,
Would it be safe to say? Well, we already.
So just so I'm clear, and we probably can come back at the next meeting with probably if there's any budget implications as it relates to this, we'll update you on a Friday. But if we start September the 8th, 6 weeks from that, we'll go through October the 9th. We have a board meeting on September the 28th. We can make a determination whether we need to remain in remote or go to hybrid. That I would probably suggest start October the 12th. Or or we can talk about the start date. But I think at that September 28th board meeting, we could evaluate where we are.
Okay. Okay. So the motion would be for
Direct the.
And the 6 weeks was put us at the half mark for the trimester, right? Right. Okay.
So in some, the motion would be, I move that the district start the semester on September 8th with distance learning to proceed until the board meeting on September 28th, where you'll give us a review to determine the time for when we would move safely to hybrid learning.
I think the verbiage should be that it's going to be distance learning for 6 weeks, and
Yeah.
we'll review it
Yes.
at the September, because 6 weeks is going to be past that
Yeah.
September 28th meeting.
You want to make the motion?
I move the Board of,
Go ahead.
I move the Board of Education adopt the start of the school year to begin September 8th for a 6-week period to be reevaluated on September 28th board meeting. Is that, okay.
This is Erica. I'll second that.
Distance learning.
Distance learning. So I would say it all over? Okay.
This is Erica. I second that.
Jones,
Yes.
Hill,
Yes.
Purdue Blackwood,
Yes.
Gordon Ross,
Yes.
Johnson. Yes. Kimball. Yes. Smith. Motion passes 7-0.
Can we get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you all for your patience.
All those in favor? Aye.
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 Thank you to the district leaders that are here and to everyone that's took the time. Oh, sorry. That's not my